Hello, everyone.
How are you doing today? My name is Dr. Jason McSparron, and you and I are here together at the World Sustainability Conference 3.0. Our theme this year is Life and Development in the 21st Century, developing feasible roadmaps for sustainable communities. Our conference today is sponsored by Afe Babalola University, the Institute for Oil, Gas, Energy, Environment, and Sustainable Development, the Green Institute, Sustain E Journal, and Sustainable Development Solutions Network. The World Sustainability Conference 3.0 is an important annual online event gathering together academics and professionals from public and private sectors, plus students from around the world, to discuss innovations that help propel the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. There are many renowned speakers here today to share with you their expertise about sustainable development issues. Now, sustainability is a term that you often hear, but it's rarely defined. So I just want to give you a little bit of insight into the way that we think about sustainable development at the Green Institute. We at the Green Institute consider it to represent current global efforts to conserve natural resources, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and preserve the environmental integrity of the Earth and its natural systems, so that we today, as well as future generations, may enjoy a vibrant, healthy, and livable planet. I think we can all agree on that. So today, at the World Sustainability Conference 3.0, there are several researchers and academics from around the world. Just to name a few, I'd like to tell you to look out for Professor Indra Abeysekera, who's going to be speaking today about frameworks for sustainability reporting. We're also going to hear from Professor Patrick Paul Walsh, who's going to talk about sustainable development in education. Sorajit Iyer is going to talk about deepening sustainable finance mechanisms in Africa. Professor Robert Rome is going to talk about access to land issues, taking a sustainable development perspective. And Dr. Dr. Akingbemilusu Abiola is going to talk about education technology. And that's just the beginning. There are also several papers from academics and students from around the world as well. And we'll be hearing about topics such as sustainable strategies to address socioeconomic and cultural factors linked to vulnerabilities of female HIV patients. Very interesting topic. We're going to talk about the effects of reforestation on plant biomass, innovations in technology and the foundation for sustainable communities in the 21st century, using machine learning approaches to forecast agricultural outputs. So we're going to be looking at a lot of both natural sciences as well as case studies in social science research, looking into sustainable development issues and how we as communities can come together to address the sustainable development goals. Now, in closing, I just want to remind you that the conference today, the World Sustainability Conference 3.0, is organized by Afe Babalola University, the Institute for Oil, Gas, Energy, Environment, and Sustainable Development, the Green Institute, the Sustain E Journal, and Sustainable Development Solutions Network. So at this point, I'd like to welcome you to the conference. Please stay engaged. We're looking forward to hearing your research, your comments, and your questions. Thanks for joining us. Again, I'm Dr. Jason McSparron, here for the Green Institute, welcoming you to the World Sustainability Conference 3.0, November 12th, 2022. Best wishes, folks.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to the World Sustainability Conference. The first speaker that we have with us is Professor Indra Abisekera. One of our keynote speaker is a professor and chair of accounting and finance at Charles Darwin University in Australia. Professor Abisekera is top 2% world scientist in accounting and the broad area of business and management published by PLOS Biology. He has presented and published over 100 peer reviewed articles across a range of academic disciplines: emotional capital, intellectual capital, integrated reporting, financial and non financial accounting, knowledge management, and inclusion education. Additionally, he has authored, addi- additionally, he has authored 9 books, which includes 5 research books, 1 textbook, and 3 teaching books. His research covers Australia, Bangladesh, China, India, Kenya, Malaysia, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, and Zimbabwe. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the great honor to have Professor Indra with us today, and so I would like just to give him a warm welcome. Thank you, Professor, for joining us.
Thank you very much, Crane Institute, and thank you for that warm welcome. I'm going to present to you today about a framework for sustainability reporting. I have got the slides here. Okay, good. So, a framework for sustainability reporting. What is sustainability reporting? That's the first question we need to ask. Is the demonstration of firms contributing to sustainable development. There are 5 principles that guide sustainable development. And then we have to ask the question, what's sustainable development? And then we have to go back to the Brundtland uh, Committee and their original definition, where it says meeting the present needs of this generation without depriving future generations of the capacity to meet their needs. So there are 5 principles that guide sustainable development. These 5 principles are: the first one is intragenerational equity. That means the resources that we have, the same advantage should be there for the future generations. The second is intragenerational equity. The resources that we have advantage should be available to everyone. The third is the diversity. We have to acknowledge that there is diverse life. And the fourth is interconnectedness, that these diverse lives are interconnected. They're not independent. They're depending on each other. And the fifth is we take precautions against using irreversible resources. That means we are careful not to harm the resources that will harm or deplete our resources. And the next is about what has happened in relation to sustainability. If you look at the corporate reporting side, what we see is from 1993 to 2020, in 1993, the top 100 companies engaged in sustainability reporting was 12%. But when it came to 2020, the companies that engage in sustainability reporting, these top 100 companies, was 80%. That means out of 180 firms were reporting about sustainability. But when they report about sustainability, the typical sustainability reporting frameworks promote the inputs, the processes that was followed, and the output that was achieved by firms on sustainability reporting. So the emphasis has been about how much was spent, what they did about it, and what was the output from it. But there appears to be a disconnect for the reason that problem with output is that the frameworks that are presented with promoting output are promoting comparability and verifiability. But the research shows that this is not really happening. Because if you, for example, take GRI framework, there are 121 items in it. One firm might report on 60 items, but another firm will report on 40 items that are relevant to them. So when it comes to comparability, that becomes a real problem because what they report is what they want to report rather than what the framework holistically asks them to report. And verifiability again is a problem because these frameworks don't tell how to measure them, and then because they don't tell exactly how to measure about the indices, that leads to problems of verifiability. So in order to us to understand how firms have reported about sustainability and make meaning out of sustainability reporting of firms, then we have to focus not on the input, processes, and output, but rather the outcomes from this output and the impact that the output has made. So the emphasis on sustainability reporting should be the outcome of the activities that firms have engaged in for sustainable development and the impact that it has made towards sustainable development. If you look at what has happened over the years, is that we can see that water pollution has decreased and air pollution has decreased over the years, but the greenhouse gases have increased over the years. And if you look at the living standards and the labor productivity, we also see that in the world and in many countries, the living standards have increased based on benchmarks, but the labor productivity gains in relation to the living standards have increased, but at a lower or a slower pace. So this brings us to some of the major issues in relation to sustainability, that we can see that greenhouse gas emissions is an issue that is not properly addressed or contributed by firms. And then the rewarding labor productivity also not has happened to the expectations. So the purpose of sustainability reporting then is based on the principles that we must show fair purchase and use of resources by the firm, that they support diverse lives on Earth within habitable ranges, and their numbers that they report are measured and audited, and they're accurate, and they report on the outcomes and impacts. The emphasis should be on the outcomes and impacts, because if firms are engaging in sustainability reporting, that has to be meaningful, that has to have an impact on sustainable development, that must have an outcome towards sustainable development. So how do we go about with a framework to do this? How do we improve the frameworks to do this? We can use the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals framework. There are 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. In those goals, each goal has a number of targets. Altogether, there are 169 targets. And to support these targets and to make these targets meaningful, there are 248 indicators that have been developed. At least one indicator per target. Some targets have more than one indicators. So for us to come up with a framework, which I have proposed and published, which you can download, I have given the link. And if you don't have the link, you can type with my name, a framework for sustainability reporting on Google. And you can freely download my article and have a look at it. It was published last month, so it is fresh and new. So how do we go about reporting about sustainability? The firms can pick goals. There are 17 goals on the UN SDGs. So firms can pick goals that they would like to contribute with outcomes and impacts. For example, it could be goal 1, end poverty in all forms. So that's a goal. Then you can pick a target relating to that chosen goal. So there are 5 targets in relation to this goal. So again, a firm can pick 1 or 2 targets depending on their preferences and the resources that are available to them. Then once they have picked a target, then they have to look at the indicator that the UN Sustainable Development Goals framework has provided. And the firms then report on that indicator. On that indicator, the outcomes and the impact that the firm has made. By doing that, firm is reporting about contribution to sustainable development that is endorsed by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals framework. Here's an example how firms can choose this. Let's take goal 6. Goal 6 says ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. So this is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 6. In that, there are a number of targets. Let's say the firm selected target 6.6. So the targets are mentioned under the goal 6 and with then the extension 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, and so forth. So this is target 6. Target 6 says by 2020, protect and restore water-related ecosystems, including mountains, forests, wetlands, rivers, and aquifers and lakes. Now, in relation to target 6.6, there's an indicator that relates to that target, that extends that target. That indicator is shown as 6.6, which is for the target, and 0.1 is the indicator, which says change in extent of water-related ecosystems over time. So this is the indicator. So when firms report, they must report about the impact, outcome, and the impact that they made in relation to water-related ecosystems in their reporting period. So let's look at how they can do this. Let's say the output. The firm planted 10,000 trees. So this is a measured artifact. It's a verifiable measured artifact. It's an output. They planted trees. But what is the outcome of this? That's far more important than output. It has provided shade. And that difference is the difference output has made. So if these trees were planted in a desert zone, that shade is making a big difference to that desert zone. What's the impact? That's far greater important than the outcome. And here I've taken the example, 5 different bird species now inhabit the specific, and that's the specific change. So the impact that these trees, this shade has made is that now the birds are coming into this area and they are inhabiting. And that's creating that interconnectedness and promoting diverse life on Earth. So to give a theoretical background on this reporting outcome and impact on the framework for sustainability reporting, there are 2 aspects for sustainable development. One is explained by Gaia theory. It talks about the importance of interdependence of the planet and diverse life on the planet for us to continue on Earth and as part of the cosmos. And the second aspect is the theory of distributive justice, which says the resources should be of advantage and available to this generation fairly and to future generation, which talks about intergenerational equity and intergenerational equity. So that's the body of understanding from a research perspective. If you look at from a firm's perspective, from a conceptual perspective, firm has resources and is using these resources for sustainable development along with other performance goals. There are two types of resources which are called capitals. They are the financial capital and the intellectual capital. These are the resources that firms access that has collaterable value for the firm. And they use these resources to contribute to sustainable development goals. And when they contribute to sustainable development and they report about sustainable development. And when they report about sustainable development, that reporting is guided by 5 principles that we've previously talked about. And those 5 principles are intragenerational equity, intergenerational equity, and irreversibility, precaution that they have taken, and promoting diverse life, and respecting and promoting interconnectedness of life and resources. So how do firms go about preparing a sustainability report? A sustainability report is part of corporate reporting. That has been the preference of the corporates. When it becomes part of the corporate reporting, it also integrates into what they report about other aspects about the firm. There are 3 important aspects that firms report. First is financial reporting. Second is about the intellectual capital or the intangibles reporting. And the third is sustainability reporting. So now let's look at how this corporate report now would look like for reporting purposes. So the section 1 would be about financial reporting. In the financial reporting, they would have the audited financial statements and the commentaries that goes along with these statements. There are 4 statements: income statement, balance sheet, statement of cash flows, and statement of changes in equity. Along with that goes the commentary. And these commentaries should be audited. And there is a discussion paper at the moment with the International Financial Reporting Standards that is talking about making these commentaries audited. And hopefully that the commentaries would be audited in the future, so that people can rely on this information, whether they are qualitative information or quantitative information, because they've been audited and someone has signed off that document. The second is intellectual capital reporting. That's the second section in this report. In that report, a typical intellectual capital statement would have a statement just like financial statement, or otherwise they can report based on using indicators on the internal capital, external capital, and human capital. These are dimensions of intellectual capital that are published in reporting, in research, and also being used by some firms. And along with those dimensions goes the commentaries that support those discussions. And those commentaries also must be audited. And those indicators and the intellectual capital statement also must be audited. So the full information is being audited. And the next or the third section is the corporate report about sustainability reporting. In this section, sustainability reporting, if you look at the UN Sustainability Development Goals, these development goals can be classified into three types of capital: social capital, environmental capital, then intellectual capital. There is a paper, and even in this paper that I have published, which I have asked you to look at, that I have talked about this classification, and there was a previous paper that I have published in Sustainability Journal, and that has outlined this in detail. And we can classify these goals or cluster these goals under social capital, environmental capital, and intellectual capital. And when we describe about the output, outcomes, and impacts, we provide a commentary, firms provide a commentary, but when they provide those commentary, quantitative and qualitative, they must be audited. One of the problems at the moment is whether these numbers or this information is reliable. And the way to get over this is to conduct audits and to ensure that these numbers have been verified. So I mentioned to you that in corporate reporting that we are guided with, in sustainability reporting, that we are guided with 5 principles: intergenerational equity, diverse life, interconnectedness, and we take precautions against irreversible situations that can cause harm. So now let's look at how we can go about before I show you sort of a detailed statement. I also want to point out that I showed you about the corporate reporting. I said there's financial reporting and there is intellectual capital reporting, and then there's sustainability reporting. And in sustainability reporting, I mentioned to you there are 3 types of capital. That's intellectual capital, social capital, and environmental capital. I have clustered the relevant goals from the UN sustainability goals, 17 goals, into what comprise social capital, what comprise environmental capital, and what comprise intellectual capital, so that it guides the firm to articulate about the capitals, because the firms are interested in talking about the capital as an input and capital as an output, how they have contributed to sustainable development. So here's the illustration for you about reporting. This is now I'm talking about section 3 of corporate reporting, sustainability reporting. The firm will talk about its firm and introduce itself about its commitment towards sustainable development. This illustration I have taken from my article, and there's a lot of words there, so I'm not going to read that because of the time constraint that we have. But what we have to do is, if you are going to replicate this, that you would introduce the firm and you would talk about the firm's commitment towards sustainable development. It could be articulated in the firm's vision statement, mission statement, or even the culture, corporate culture, what they talk about the sustainable development. And when the firm reports, then firm reports based on the 5 principles. I have shown here intergenerational equity as the first principle, and then firm can report about intergenerational equity, and then diversity, interconnectedness, and then how it has avoided harming to the environment. So if you look at conceptually what the firm is doing, is that firm is reporting about this sustainable development along the 5 principles. When it is reporting about the 5 principles, it's actually talking about how it has enhanced sustainable development or the sustainability capital. And in this sustainability capital, there's 3 components: intellectual capital, environmental capital, and social capital. How the firm has contributed to enhance these 3 aspects of capital. Maybe the firm contributed to environmental capital only. That's fine. But it's its own contribution. But that's its story. Another firm might have contributed to all 3. But on selected goals, not on all 17 goals. We are not looking a firm to contribute to all 17 goals. That's probably an impractical and unreasonable request, a demand. What we want firms is to continue contributing, but when they contribute, they have to show the outcome and the impact that they have made, not just spend the money for the sake of spending, or it is not just a facade or storytelling just for reporting purposes. So here's the paper. If you wish to download, as I said, it's framework for sustainability reporting, published in Sustainability Accounting, Management and Policy Journal. This paper has gold access. That means anyone can download. And even if you forget, if you type a framework for sustainability reporting, that statement you can't, very hard to forget, a framework for sustainability reporting. You just Google it with my name, paper should come, and you can download it and have a read. And thank you for taking part in this conference, and it was a pleasure meeting you. Yes.
Maybe I'll just put in the chat box because we are using this for length without time. As you said, that question, and now I'll put the question in the chat box.
I think your line is a bit weak for me to hear.
Okay, I've sent the first question. I can check that first question now. Check the question.
It is breaking up. Is someone over there can repeat if someone heard that question? Maybe someone is having a different internet connection. I'll also put my
All right.
headphones on.
So, Professor, the question is: are all countries working on sustainability guidelines in the dispensation owing to the recent floods and all
Yeah,
the environmental issues faced by many countries today?
yeah, yeah. True. So it's a statement the gentleman made, or it's a question that the gentleman wanted to ask me.
It's a question. Question.
Okay, so the question is, all countries are working on sustainability, and the question is, how do we harmonize it, or how do we make it uh, 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 like that everyone is doing the same thing? Is that the question? Uh,
Yes, the question is on the screen actually.
okay, so okay, good question, very good question. Um, Well, countries, in fact, countries are serious. They very well understand the impact, the importance of sustainable development. That's definite. There's no question about it. Every country today understands that. But when it comes to some countries, there is a resource issue. The poor countries have a resource issue sometimes in engaging in sustainable development, because the situation is such that they are low price driven, and sometimes they have to, or they're flooded, the market is flooded with products that are low price but not sustainably friendly. So that's a problem. So therefore, the power or the resources that they have as a country to engage in sustainable development has been impaired to some extent. That's one. But having said that, developed countries are also responsible. The question the gentleman asked has relevance to that, or saying about the floods, recent floods. And these recent floods are not localized floods. They are in fact globalized floods. This Someone has made pollution, has gained advantage over resources because those resources are cheaper today, and therefore they buy those resources, like especially energy resources. They buy those resources in very big quantities, some countries, and they use those resources. But then they create pollution in the environment. And those pollution leads to global warming. And those global warming has contributed to floods. And especially the countries that have been affected by this are the countries in towards the tropics. And many other countries, or there's number of countries towards the tropic. They are not so rich. They are emerging nations, and they are very much adversely affected by these floods. For example, the to closer to Australia, that the Pacific nations countries are very concerned about the floods, because the landmass is taken over by the erosion and in fact the sea. So it is a collective effort. The Paris Agreement has certainly contributed, but it's a globalized effort, and everyone has to work towards it. And some are working fast, much faster than others, but then everyone knows the seriousness. Some countries, because of they want to make some economic progress, they are making some some compromises here, but I think they will come on board because it's when it affects the country, that country, they become serious, and when it impacts the country, then they gain far more consciousness about sustainable development, and then because they have to defend and protect their own country.
Thank you so much, Professor, for coming. We really enjoyed your presentation. Wonderful presentation. Now we're going to move to the next session. Thank you so much. And if
Thank
any of
you.
if you have any questions, you can send your question in the chat box, and then we'll email you the questions if they're further
Thank
questions.
you.
Thank you
Enjoy
so much.
your conference. See
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, Professor Chow. Yeah. And the next person, Professor Walsh. Yeah. Okay. Hey, can you read? Let me teach you what to do. Is that the next person? Well, let's see. No. Oh, Professor Walsh is the next person. So you're just gonna read his biography. Let me show you. I'll show you. Where's it? So this is what you're gonna read. So when I tell you to read, you just start reading. So you just say thank you. Now we're gonna have Professor Walsh. He's a professor of international relations, and then you just read it here. And then you say welcome, Professor Walsh. Okay. Are you ready? You good? All right, great. All right, let's go. Hmm.
Professor Patrick Walsh, Speaker, Professor of the International Development, University College Dublin, Ireland. Biography. Paul Walsh is on secondment from University College Dublin, where is a full professor of international development studies and director of the Centre for Sustainable Development in UCD Dublin. He received a PhD in economics from the London School of Economics and Political Science. He had held academic positions in Trinity College Dublin, KU Leuven, Harvard University of Columbia University. He has held positions in the United Nations, European Commissions, IMF, and World Bank. His current focus is on sustainable development, education that is informed by science, practice, and policies. Welcome, Professor Patrick Walsh.
Professor Walsh, can you unmute your mic, please?
Yeah, sorry. So I was saying, delighted to be here, and thanks very much for to be working with. I'm delighted to be working with the Green Institute and at this World Sustainability Conference. And I was saying that I very much enjoyed Professor Inran's speech or his lecture. And of course, what I want to talk about education, the link there, of course, is that when you're doing this type of reporting, one has to have sustainability officers and staff who are capable of actually implementing SDG reporting. So professional training and upskilling of staff is really a big issue for this project or for the Sustainable Development Project. So I'm just going to share some reflections on sustainable development education. Hopefully I can get my presentation going. Sorry for the delay here. So hopefully everyone can see this. So I'm on secondment to the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and I'm actually the Vice President for education and working as director for the SDG Academy. If you're interested in the work we do, which I'll explain briefly in a second, obviously you can take a photo of the code there, and you can download our annual report, and you will see all the activities we'll do and all our contact details, etc. Sustainable Development Solutions Network, if you're interested in what that is, if you go to the website, what we have Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who's our president, full professor in Columbia University, and John Tate, who's the chair of the board, who's in Monash University, and they actually wrote a little blog on 10 years of SDSN. So you'll get a feel for the origins of SDSN and the sort of work that we've been doing. And even though there's been massive achievements throughout the network and all the things we do, there's just, as we all know, there's so much more to do in terms of creating a future we want. But let's have a look at. So sustainable development education. Just before I go on to sustainable development education, just to say in our role, obviously we're focusing on open educational resources. So one of the things we've done from the beginning at SDSN was to create these online courses, and the majority are up on edX. This is the online platform that was created by MIT and Harvard. And you can see all these wonderful courses that you can do for free. I'd encourage you to have a look at them. The one that did extremely well recently, that was actually trending on edX. So just to show you, there is a mind shift happening across government, corporates, and universities and NGOs on trying to learn or get knowledge for sustainable development, because this course, the Nature-Based Solutions course by the UNEP, the UN Environmental Programme with other partners, was actually trending in edX. So, there's lots of like STEM type courses on edX, but to have a sustainability course, it's reflecting a change in the times, that people are now aware of the problem and they want to fix the problem. And the first step to fixing the problem is to acquire knowledge and to train and upskill. And that's why sustainable education is becoming so important. So one step you can take if you want across any walk of life, you can do one of our professional certificates. This is just an introduction in a sense, or the foundations of sustainable development, doing Jeffrey Sachs's Age of Sustainable Development and Rockstrom's Planetary Frontiers. That's wrapped around into a certificate, and that's a good primer for everyone to know the Paris Agreement and the SDGs and the science and the policy and the practice behind that. So I'd encourage people to have a go at that, getting certified by the Academy as a primer. We also have done a bit of work for governments, just kind of the basics for people in public administration. And we have at the moment 2 online masters in partnership with SDG Academy, one in University College Dublin and one in Sunway, but we are going to try and get one in the Middle East. Not try, we will be in the next year or so having a sister masters in the Middle East and in Africa and the Americas and so on. So these are kind of cheap, high quality online programs training people in an MSc in sustainable development, but in partnership with the SDG Academy, where we blend science, policy, and practice. The first thing is, when this was a big year for sustainable development education, because we had what's called the UN General Assembly meeting on the TESS, or the Transforming Education Summit. There was a pre-summit in Paris in June before that, and there's a UNESCO themselves have a pathway to 2030, which is really interesting. But just say, well, one of the things is that before we talk about sustainable development education, just where are we in education in general? And unfortunately, I mean, we can think of the MDGs in terms of what we call enrollment and completion rates, but the reality is we do have a big deficit in education, no matter how we measure it. So just taking a more traditional view, like call it a STEM view of the world, or a more economics view of the world before we look at sustainable development education. One thing that's becoming increasingly emphasized, and this is Sustainable Development Goal 4, Target 2, is actually the kind of underestimated or understated is preschool. And of course, when you look at the world in general, it doesn't matter. We can actually see there is a problem in that preschool is not funded, it's not free, and the participation rates in early childhood or preschool is actually very poor. And there's more and more evidence out there that, in a sense, the first few years of your life and even the preschool year is just such a huge foundation for your ability to do well economically, politically, socially, and every other way. And the studies by Heckman and others that have actually traced people over time, looking at kind of learning or earning deficits and other lifelong deficits resulting from not having preschool. This is a kind of a recent study. It's not easy to find to measure quality in terms of what do you learn in school, because there's, you can get enrollment rates, you can get completion rates, but what do you learn? But this is a recent study that's come out in the MBR by economists, and it's a very economics paper, but it focuses on STEM, like science, technology, education, maths, and it asked 15-year-olds taking PISA scores, for example, have they come to an adequate standard? And it's not a good reflection on the world. Like, so even in a place like the US, there's still up to 24% of 15-year-olds who really do not have the basics in STEM. And of course, this goes up to 80 or 90%, depending where you are in the world. But there is extreme deficits. Like, so even before, like, we might want education for sustainable development. We want people in school to learn how to live with nature, to learn how to live with other people, not just teach them STEM skills, but also non-STEM skills, including empathy, things like working together, creativity, all these non-cognitive skills. But the reality is even before we start in that journey of lifelong learning on sustainable development, we have to realize that even in the status quo where we are, there's huge deficits in learning outcomes, which have to be addressed. At the TESS Summit, this is what you saw coming in the gate, was this learning poverty study that was done. And it just simply it did a study across the world on sampling 10-year-olds and asking them, could they actually read and understand a simple text or story? And the outcomes are not really good news. I know we had COVID, which was a problem, but in terms of learning, people were out of school for a few years. But even pre-COVID, you can actually see with high income to upper middle income, lower income, low income countries that, you have in low income countries up to 92% of 10-year-olds not being able to comprehend or read a simple text. But even in high income countries, this is 14%. So this is not a good outcome in terms of where we are, in terms of the content of what we actually are learning in school. So there's a lot of work to be done, not only in terms of getting people enrolled, completed, but actually learning the STEM. But now we want them to learn more non-STEM or life skills to do with sustainable development. So this is no easy task. The one analysis that I won't spend too much time in here, sometimes, like, it is very well documented in a lot of economic studies that the private investment to schooling is not good, that there is actually underinvestment in private. And this because people look at lifelong learnings and lifelong investments, but there can be financial market reasons or uncertainty or lots of other reasons why you don't invest enough. And the same goes at government level. Why are governments not investing in education? And now we want them to invest in sustainable development. Educate will be another level, but they certainly also underinvest. And this study that I showed you before actually does a nice analysis in terms of if everyone went to school and everyone had the right STEM skills, they actually estimate that in a present discount to values at the end of the century, that every country would get about 12% of GDP more economically for investing in education. So that's the economic return. But obviously you can get returns to society, less people on social protection, less crime, more healthy outcomes. You can get returns from environment, people managing air quality, water quality, and so on. So that's a complete underestimate of the value to the economic dimension, but also there's huge value to the governance and the social and the social, environmental, and governance level, not just economic level. So a lot of economists would focus on, you know, what percentage of your public spend is on education. And the thing, I guess, that's, you know, to be fair to the low-income countries, they actually spend more of their public spend on education, as do the households in low-income countries. The problem is that the revenue sources are weak and the tax base is weak. So this doesn't really amount to enough money to offer, for example, compulsory schooling and free university and things like this. Okay. The same, you can actually do public spending as a percentage of GDP as well. But to put it simply, in this, what the UNESCO calls for in their framework in terms of finance, because so one button I want, so if we want to do education or sustainable development education, we need more finance and more money put into it. The recommendation at national level is that we should have up to 15 to 20% of public expenditure at least dedicated to education. So just to give you an example, in Ireland, preschool is free, primary is free, secondary is free, even the undergraduate is free, even though there's elements of that are not free, of course, like, because we have to go to, we need accommodation, we need books and other things. But it just shows you that this requires a commitment on behalf of national governments of 15 to 20%. But those who've actually studied low to low middle income countries say even committing 15 to 20% of your public spend actually does require some filling in by the global community. And you might ask yourself, well, why should the world invest in education in other parts of the world? Well, you know, I think we see it. It's obvious in terms of sustainable development education. We have one ocean, one climate, one food system. We need peace. We need to mitigate climate refugees, etc., etc. So even, you know, apart from a moral duty, there is a kind of a benevolent or self-interest region, a self-interest to actually do this, because in the best way for pathways to peace globally, the best ways for global economic development that is inclusive and environmentally secure is heavy investment into education. And obviously we'll talk about sustainable development education. But at the moment, they reckon the financing gap from the north to the south, or the high income to low income, is about 39 billion. I think that's probably a lot more. But Gordon Brown at the test raised about 12 commitments for 12 billion a year, which is not 39 billion. And then there are pushes now for ODA, overseas development aid, and other sorts of finance, you know, to say, please focus on putting resources into sustainable development education, or education as a whole, because this is your best way of actually, this is the most important pathway to sustainable development. It's the best thing you can do to actually achieve sustainable development across the world. Just one thing I want to say is, like, here are the goals and targets of SDG 4. But I guess the things that I'm talking about, want to talk about here, that I think are really important, is one is the government spending on education, whether it's sustainable development education or not. And that actually comes from SDG 1, target A in SDG 1, which is basically talking about the proportion of the total government spend on education. That's actually not an SDG 4. And also the other thing that we want to stress is that we want to actually change the curriculum on, the nature of the curriculum towards sustainable development, like global citizens education, education for sustainable development, and teacher education, assessments, etc. And they're not actually mentioned in SDG 4, but they are mentioned in other goals and targets of this agenda, which I've outlined here. So the SDGs do give us a mandate to talk about finance, to talk about technology, to talk about curriculum, but they're not necessarily actually in SDG 4 itself, just to realize that. And of course, before we start about sustainable development education, we have to realize that people's knowledge of environment and environmental science, it is quite remarkable, from why in preschool all the way from K-12, we might call it primary, secondary education, into university, even into lifelong learning, people in important positions in corporates, important positions in government, important positions in NDOs, there is actually a huge deficit of sustainable development education. People do not know in their everyday activity or activities in the companies how they coexist with nature, how they coexist with humanity. They don't really know, even though they do understand they need air, good air quality, water, and food and nutrition. They understand that, and they understand they need to live in a respectful and peaceful environment where people respect each other's dignity. Everyone understands that, but the mechanisms and how this is taught in school is not really there. And this is just a little graph. We can go through some of the indicators on, let's call it sustainable development education, but it's really not in the schools yet. And it is, for humans not at a very young age to understand how they coexist with nature and with humanity, to understand the issues that give them basically daily life support and a quality of life is quite remarkable when we think about it. So there is a good body of work to be done to ensure that we have lifelong learning in sustainable development education, but we're only at the beginning of the process. So the guiding in the SDG Academy, we're working with the Secretariat to a thing called Mission 4.7 that I encourage everyone to have a look at. It's a partnership between the Academy and UNESCO and the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens and the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University, and amongst many other partners, including the Pontifical Academy of Science and Social Science. And this is just looking at target 4.7. And to me, this is about, when you're have a plan for sustainable development education, you've got to think of the continuum from preschool all the way up to end of life, right? So you have to think about reforming preschool, introducing sustainable development education into K-12, but have that consistent with what you learn in the universities. But more importantly, now there's a big job of upskilling, and there's a big job to be done in terms of lifelong learning. So we also have to ensure that we kind of transform knowledge from what we call the top of the ladder and at the bottom of the ladder, and that continuum has to be there. And just like anyone coming into school says, I want to be a doctor, I want to be an engineer, I want to be a lawyer, we have to have that type of certainty and knowledge that I need to invest in my sustainable development education knowledge, because that's the jobs of the future. I have to be future fit, basically, in my skills. And I know the types of jobs I would get as an engineer or as an economist or as a social worker, as a teacher, and that would embed a huge amount of sustainable development education. So that is a huge body of work to be done. So I've just explained that there. Universities, you say, well, do universities have a role in this, in Mission 4.7? Like, do we get involved? And the truth of the matter is that obviously, as SDG knowledge, if you want to call it curriculum, data, research, intellectual property, etc., I mean, that should be created in the universities for dispersion everywhere into upstream and downstream, into schools, into all the businesses, etc. And it is, if you think about universities, this is the place where there's intergenerational transfer and conversations and creation of knowledge for everything, but I want it for sustainable development. So when you say we want a dialogue between the youth and the older generation, this is exactly what happens inside universities. And of course, universities traditionally had a professional role that they should put more resources into, which is to train teachers, to create curriculums for schools, which they do, but they need to do it in a much more, let's call it, aggressive manner when it comes to sustainable development, because the need is now, and there's a lot of gaps that need to be filled very quickly. And of course, HEAs have our higher education institutes are involved in the upskilling of corporates through their business schools, through public administrations, through their politics or political science schools. And we do an awful lot of science policy practice interfaces with government departments and etc. So you'd have to say that we should not forget the role of universities, and we should obviously ask them to think about the capacities they can build between and across nations for lifelong learning, and in particular to power up their professional pillars for teacher and curriculum development and also for training people in corporates and governments and so on. And there's this huge gap and need to create the actual curriculum and research and knowledge for all of this, which does not exist really at the moment. This is just to emphasize, SDSN has 6 transformations that people are aware of, and education is the first one. And there is a body of work called The World in 2050, which is doing this sort of analysis for governments that if you invest in these 6 transformations, these are the types of returns you get economically, politically, environmentally, and socially, and that there is a real good business model, if you like, for these investment sequences, which create linkages across the world and feedback loops, which will ensure a safe operating space for all people and all countries in terms for humanity, in terms of a safe operating space in a sustainable world. But the thing everyone agrees that the first step to all of this is education, that we need to educate consumers or people at home, people, as voters, that they have to want sustainable development pathways. And then, of course, when they want that, companies will have to do it as well, and people in governments will have to have the policies and etc. So we cannot underestimate how important education is for this project. But yet, as I showed you before, the investment into education are just remarkably low, and this is very problematic. And apart from, just teaching people the science of all of this, or teaching them the sort of moral and ethics of all of this, what we do need to do, if we're using technology to be the great transformer in terms of getting us to scale and to redo all our curriculum and the way we're thinking and reskilling everyone, so technology has a great promise, but we have to have individuals who use this knowledge and create the technology for sustainable development and the systems and what we heard in the previous talk about having people inside companies who can revisit their accountancy skills, update their accountancy skills to bring in sustainability criteria and indicators and monitoring and audits. This is just a huge amount of very fast transition to different types of skills. And of course, the World Economic Forum has said, well, for the 21st century, we really, from preschool upwards, we've got to think of problem solving, people to be able to network, manage themselves, drive themselves, network, use technology and development. And this is not in our skill set of children and adults in general either. So it's really not just about, it's the skill sets for sustainable development education, and particularly if we're going to drive it with technology, because this is our only hope to get everyone upskilled and everyone reskilled in the adult population, but also to reform curriculum in K-12 below. And in this respect, I'm going to finish soon. I've also in the slide showed you from the GA test the 6 calls to action. And so they were very much, there's 2 big initiatives. One is the financial facility, which I talked about, Gordon Brown, but there's such deficits there. There has to be a lot more money and finance for this type of project happening, but we support, obviously, any initiative like that. And then the other initiative was the public learning platforms, which I want to talk about in a sec, just to say the promise of technology or digital learning in terms of this Mission 4.7 that I talked about. And of course, this has all been led up to 2030 and beyond by a high-level steering committee in UNESCO, so you can have a look at who's on that and what their work plans are and so on. So these are the 6 action plans. I just want to zone in. I've talked about financing, just zone in on digital learning. And these were the 3 keys and 6. So there was 3 key actions: content, capacity, connectivity, and 6 commitments. But the one that we focused on in the academy was this UNESCO recommendation on open education resources, which I'd encourage everyone to look at. So all governments of the world have actually signed in November 2019 this instrument called the UNESCO recommendation on OER, and open education resources. And this is actually as close a thing to a legal instrument as you can get, working with UNESCO. And all governments have basically said, we want all education resources to be free and open at all levels of schooling and university and lifelong learning. It's a key requirement to actually implement the SDG project, and people have been thinking about that. Our contribution, starting with the SDI forum, we put together a team just to think about how we could get open access resources created easier, how they can be put in repositories, how they can be metadated, open license put on them, how they could be distributed much easier across countries. And the thing we came up with was actually working with libraries, and particularly the UN library system, because every country in the world has a library with an education, what's called an OER or a repository, and it's very advanced technology which can host collections very easy. And that's what librarians do. They can catalog, they can have sustainable resources, they can metadata, etc., and protect property rights. But we're thinking that this is the digital highway that we should be using to create OER, to push it around the world, have it easily updated, repurposed, translated, and so on. So we started this idea at the Science Technology Innovation Forum, and we also presented it at the UNESCO Transforming Education Pre-Summit. And finally, we presented it on Solutions Day in September 17th, which was kindly sponsored by the government of Ghana and Ireland, but also by the UN Academic Impact and UNESCO, or UNESCO as well. But the mission of this idea here is how, and you'll see it coming in the future, how we're going to operationalize this idea of creating open access resources. But it's one thing creating them, it's another thing protecting them with intellectual property, having them disseminated and distributed all across the world through libraries, easily accessible, easily updated, translatable. And we just think that has to be there as a necessary condition for us to undertake transforming education in schools, in universities, and in the business and government and NGO environments. If we don't have that content, and it's high quality, a good content, we cannot really go on this journey of transforming education. So we think this is very necessary. So this is the team in the SDG Academy. This is our donors. This is our, you can take a snap of our handles there just on our social media, and feel free to contact us. And I'll stop sharing now, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Professor Walsh, for that wonderful presentation. The question I have, which we're going to project on the screen, was from the someone from the audience, and the question I'll read. It says, "Are there laid down budgetary provisions benchmarked by the United Nations that countries should follow for sustainable development, and are there sanctions for deviance by member countries?"
Yeah. Yeah. So as everyone knows, you know, the Paris Agreement obviously is legally binding, and people, like if you live in Europe, etc., like it is like, so for example, when the Irish government had a mitigation plan for its pathways to carbon emissions, the civil society or academics on behalf of civil society solicitors took the Irish government to court to say that they're not meeting their targets and their objectives and pathways, and that we're actually going to have to pay you know, compensation to Europe and others for not achieving them. So like Paris has a legal framework, and potentially you can be sanctioned. That's what I'm trying to get to. When it comes to the SDGs, the best that we could do was this thing called the voluntary national reviews. Now it's still a powerful instrument because academics have lived in this world where we have peer review, you know, and it's not an easy process. So every country, every 4 years, has to come to the UN and present its progress on the SDGs, including obviously education and SDG 4. But it's voluntary, and of course you could be, in a sense, name and shamed, or you want to present your country in its best light, but it's certainly not a legal commitment, right? So at the moment, you know, the work of UNESCO and others are guidelines. Like they're just saying, guys, if you want to have compulsory education up to secondary school and resource it, if you want to have economic growth and a good social, political, and economic, environmental future for your country, I mean, it's so obvious to invest in education, and it's actually one of the cheaper things to do, like compared to a health system or other things. And of course, what I've just outlined now is the guidelines to getting maybe spending up to the public spend up to 20%. But even then, we have to encourage philanthropy and ODA, overseas development aid, to actually have a much bigger proportion of their budget to help support the low and the lowest income countries to meet the level of spend on education as possible. But of course, you know, governments should be thinking about putting money into resources like the technology that's there to create content, to distribute content, and so on. So, you know, this is guidelines. Okay, so what can actually make this a reality? Well, you know, the key thing is one type of work that's been done by the general sector is called the SDG stimulus, which is saying, look, you take our saving funds and our pension funds; these are to the multilateral banks and equity funds and so on, taxpayers' money to intergovernmental banks, people's money to equity funds and asset funds, etc. And we have to create a pathway to say, you know, you'll get a decent rate of return. You will mitigate risk, but we've got to get money into building capacity at government levels. You know, so a lot of countries can't even borrow at a good interest rate on the bond markets. They can't get access to this money, right? So I think finance and understanding both private and public finance, and somehow thinking it from a global perspective. And like the way we maybe did with HIV/AIDS money, we've just got to do that for education. So it's a very good question that, you know, we'd love to be able to put in, you know, requirements for governments to hit these levels of spending and to somehow audit them and I don't know, make them accountable in some ways. But that's not what the UN is. It's not what it's a members club where the institutions give you a guideline. They try to make the argument. They try to work together and facilitate the flow of money, but it's just not it's just not the framework, right? But I think the more that people understand that's education, the more that people in government and people for sustainable development advocates, etc., understand the importance of finance. So to kind of not just to say we want sustainable development education, but to have a look at what the government is spending on education, where they're spending it, what they're spending it on, and to put them under pressure in terms of what I call the means or the levers of achieving sustainable development. And civil society can do that, and everyone can, even in universities, we can start to ask these type of questions about the scale and the nature of investment and what's its target. But I think the best thing for me at the academy, and where I really want progress, and it's kind of not in the rankings of universities, the criteria for ranking universities, that universities have to, one, create SDG material, make it open science and open source. Two, they have to distribute this material and help build capacities in universities across the world, not to compete with them, but actually to work with them. And then finally, to be very open to increasing their professional pillars, the training of teachers, the training of people in corporates and governments and civil society. That has to be cheap, maybe high quality courses for people to upskill quickly so they can do all the sorts of things that they might want to do inside companies and governments, etc. Right? So this is an emergency, but I just feel that nothing can be done unless we take the education thing very seriously, right? To invest in it, get the content right, and then work together to actually disperse it across the world and disperse it into entities that we want to actually transform the world for the future we want, as we call it. But it's a very good question. So there's no sanctions, there's no criteria, but there's moral duties.
All right, thank you. Another question from the audience is, do you collaborate with academics to provide content or create courses with SDG Academy? If so, what is the process for that?
Well, first step is just to contact us. So we have at the moment, I call it, is a bit of a top-down process where, you know, we're aware that the academics and what we like to do is have academics who are working obviously on the science of all the SDGs, who are connected to policy folks, who are connected to UN folks, and all our courses have this kind of science policy practice interface. And in a sense, we have an academic committee that reviews them, and we have to then get them resourced, and then we actually get them published, etc. Right? So the thing, though, just to answer the question, and of course, anyone out there who's an academic who'd like to do an SDG Academy, come with us and we'll partner you and we'll actually create that sort of framework, right? But to answer you, why we're doing this work with UNESCO and UN Library and all the other partners, the UN Academic Impact, is that we'd love to have a more organic system where people on their learning management system, let's say an academic has a good course, show them how to package that in a repository, put an open license on it, show them how to collapse it to a thing called Scrum, bring it to us, and then we can work with you and edX to actually get it up as a free online course that can be distributed across the world and everyone else, right? But we need to ourselves to put in that sort of technical, that technology structure, which we're actually doing. It'll take us a year or so to get it up and running. But the answer to you is there's an academic there that would like to have their course on SDG Academy, just email me.
Okay, great. Can you tell us the email address for the sake of the audience?
Yeah, paul.walsh@unsdsn.org. So paul.walsh@unsdsn.org. But if Patrick Paul Walsh is quite a unique name. If you type my name into Google, it'll probably pop up. You'll get an email very quickly.
Thank you. So another question we have is, how can we consider cultural issues together with sustainability for an inclusive perspective? Because in your presentation, you talked about the poor societies and even rich or developing societies. So how can we put in cultural perspective?
So this is, avoiding colonialism again, through technology. I understand the question very well. And obviously, we all are aware inside our companies, inside our cities, inside our own universities, and wherever we are, our context is different. That how nature and how we interact with humanity is actually fundamentally different depending where we are in the world, right? So there is no doubt that there's a context and a cultural issue here, right? Even language, let's say, is a big issue, right? But what we feel is that that's why if you actually can share open education resources in a way that they're updatable and translatable, that smart academics and smart people in government departments, can involve, indigenous knowledge and others to actually create, to actually update it, translate, repurpose the knowledge so that it's appropriate for the context, right? And this is not just in education material that we have that problem. I mentioned the Science Technology Innovation Forum has a lovely platform called 2030 Connect, which has a lot of patents and technologies and everything that can be used or taken, and you can try to apply them in your country or local context. But this is the problem, is that they invariably there has to be a local capacity, and then people who are able to bring that local context and cultural context into the materials, right? So this is tough then in that you can say, yes, it's nice to have education resources and access to all of these, and it could help us. It's a good starting point. But every country then has to have the capacities and the resources then to update, repurpose, translate, and put in their cultural and local context. So this is a big job. But to kind of recognize that, though, right? To recognize that, when you create OER, or open education resources, that you put in a Creative Commons license, and that you allow people to take the components that they want to update and to create the knowledge they need for their own local and cultural context. And so this is definitely it's there in the UNESCO. That's why you should read the UNESCO recommendation on OER, because these things are or very, very well detailed there. And I know you can say, God, these are good principles, but they're hard to do. But everything that's great and everything that's perfect on this earth, and it is difficult to do. But that should not discourage us. Once we know this is what we have to do in terms of OER, and to embed cultural and local context, and to make sure that anything that's deliverable cannot have what's called curve technology. Technology that doesn't allow you to translate or to update, or that you have to pay money for, or that you actually have to use the sort of cultural context. That it's very important that OER, open education resources, are updatable, easily repurposed, easily translated, and you can add in the local knowledge and the local context and cultural considerations. So that's a brilliant question, and it should be emphasized. So thank you for that.
So the question
There's a
is,
question by Eva. Do you want me to answer the question by Ivan?
yes,
Ivan?
yeah. Yes. Ivan said, what inspired you to join the SDG Academy?
Okay, so there's never a short story to this. So basically, I've been working with Jeffrey Sachs since 2007, and he at the time was he was special advisor to Kofi Annan, I think, at the time. Then he went to be special advisor with Ban Ki-moon, and now Antonio Guterres. But one of the things that Sachs, just to tell you, Sachs used to do was that when he was doing the MDG project, he had a class in Columbia University in SIPA, the School of International Political Affairs. And whether by accident or design, or whether he was busy in the UN, he just felt that the students would enjoy, lectures from, people visiting New York, whether they're visiting. So they had leaders of countries, people, leaders in the UN coming into the classroom to discuss the issues of development, or the MDGs at the time. And of course, that's electrifying to actually have that sort of mixture of science, policy, and practice in the classroom. But when they were doing the MDG project, and at the time he was thinking of the Millennium Villages, if people are aware of those, they were doing work across Africa and other countries. They felt education was important, and he wanted to broadcast out the classroom, as he calls it, his classroom, to other schools. And that's where I got to know him, because at the time we were using Adobe and phone lines, and we had 40 universities around the world coming into his classroom, and we were all discussing, obviously, the MDGs at the time. But that was the beginning of this idea that, this is the birth of the SDG Academy, basically, that we should really be, and that's why we have our global classroom in the SDG Academy. If you want to have a look at that, we still do that on introductions to STEM development. It's open to everyone. It's free to everyone. You can, and 38 schools accredit it in their courses. But that's why we're doing the MSc online, where it brings staff from different universities across the world to teach together, bring the science or bring the practice policy folks in, get people doing their capstones and projects, right? So basically, the beginnings of this was working with Jeff on the global classroom. That then translated, I was on the board of SDSN when it was created. I was always on the oversight committee of the SDG Academy. But why now? I guess during COVID, I just said everyone is resetting. I just felt that I'm delighted to teach in UCD and all the great students, but I just think in terms of this mandate to try and get resources and sustainable development education going, I've gone on secondment for 5 years with SDG Academy, just to hopefully take all of this to another level and scale, because that's what we need in the world at the moment, right? Because everyone will turn around with the climate emergency and say, okay, you're right, we have to do something. The companies will turn around, the governments will turn around, the society, even universities, and then they'll go, where's the content? How do we do this? How do we train people? So we need to be working on this very aggressively. But that's my story. So it was kind of a more gradual, but I am full-time now on the SDG Academy for the next 5 years at least.
Wow, I think it's very inspiring. We have another question from Robert Lester. It said, Professor Walsh, 3 words when you think about sustainability.
Huh. Well, look, I'm taking this as the previous professor did, the Brundtland definition, right? So we're thinking of sustainability in terms of livelihoods and society and governance, and we're thinking of in society. So for society, look, kindness. For governance, peace. People have to not allow themselves get involved, like to be an advocate of peace and negotiation and etc. Prosperity, and I know that's and then I'm missing one, and of course this idea of looking after nature. Like most of our religions will teach us that we don't own nature. In fact, we're supposed to be somebody who looks after the planet and creates it and gives it in the best condition we can to future generations. So I think these kind of words are the key words that are behind the SDG agenda. So hopefully hope that's okay. Good, Robert. That's a tough question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Walsh, for taking time out to be here today. We really enjoyed the presentation, and we hope that you will collaborate with us in the future. Thank you. And do you have any last words for the audience?
No, it's again, please contact us if you want to get involved with the SG Academy. And particularly if you're in companies or governments or whatever, and you want to get going on training, because this is what we're starting to do now. But so we're very happy to do that. And we're also delighted to work with the Green Institute. You're part of SDSN anyway, so
Yes.
always delighted to work with you.
All right. Thank you,
Yeah.
Professor Walsh. And yeah, so have a good day, and lovely having you here today. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So our next speaker is Smita Ari. She's a senior vice president, sustainable finance and ESG at Octus ESG India. Smita is a finance professional with over 16 years of corporate and entrepreneurial experience, having worked across sustainable finance, ESG, corporate banking, impact investing, and investment banking. Our expertise lies in product structuring, financial analysis, and research in sectors such as financial services, clean energy, skilling and livelihood, and agriculture. At Octus ESG, Smita takes care of projects design and development of financial products, research and partnership across sustainable finance, ESG, and climate strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome Sminto Ari to our to the World Sustainability Conference.
Hello, and thank you very much for inviting me. It is indeed a pleasure to be a part of this esteemed event. Can I have my presentation, please, on the screen? So, Professor Walsh spoke about an important pillar of sustainability, which is basically around education and skill enhancement. And I would like to touch upon today on the other important pillar, which is around financing of sustainability interventions across the world. So many recent developments in the world around resource usage, climate change, increasing income inequality, and business impacts on environment and society have propelled sustainability conversations, and all these are very pertinent for Africa, given its increasing vulnerability to climate impacts with land degradation, deforestation, biodiversity loss, water scarcity, and things like this. And despite contributing towards just a fraction of the global greenhouse gas emissions, Africa stands out disproportionately as one of the most vulnerable regions across the world. So it was amply clear, given that the implications of a business as usual scenario is quite grave. Estimates, in fact, suggest that Africa is losing about 5 to 15% of its GDP per capita growth and needs about $1.6 trillion between 2022 and 2030 to meet its NDCs, or nationally determined contributions. So, in light of this, accelerating climate policies and mobilizing financial solutions is the only way ahead. A significant ramp up in sustainable finance would offer immense opportunities to deliver on both climate and development goals, while leapfrogging to better forms of growth. So, in order to, can I have the previous slide, please? Yeah. In order to stabilize climate change, carbon emissions need to fall. And not just carbon, even methane, for instance, the other greenhouse gas emissions need to be contained. And we can see that majority of countries have indicated net zero targets. So of the 192 countries who have signed the UNFCCC, about 139 countries have now set or considering to set a target to reduce their emissions to net zero. And one must realize that these targets by countries will have a cascading effect on businesses, companies, and financial institutions as well. So, if you look at South Africa, for instance, following the cabinet's goal of net zero by 2050, which was announced in 2020, DBSA, which is the Development Bank of South Africa, committed to go to net zero by 2050 at COP26. Standard Bank also announced in March 2022 to get to net zero. Further, PPC Limited, which is South Africa's biggest cement maker, so the non-financial space, has also, looked at these aspects. The Green Building Council South Africa has launched its net zero building certification to reward projects for being net zero water, waste, and ecology. So while these developments are encouraging, the challenge for developing countries and emerging markets is their dependency on coal. And with a short window of opportunity, the prospects to develop first in a high carbon intensive way and then clean up and decarbonize later is quite little. Further support is required for LDCs, and frontier markets so that they can also develop a resilient infrastructure. So COP27, which is currently happening in Egypt, calls for greater leadership and renewed international support to encourage adaptation efforts. So support and investments are needed now, and not later, to slow a changing climate and ensure a just transition. Can I have the slides, please, on the screen? So from net zero, I want to move on to financing the net zero commitment. So in order to achieve the global net zero target and to finance Africa's quest towards a just and climate resilient future, from various domestic and international sources, two approaches can be identified. First is greening of finance, which is translating to greener, adaptive, and resilient financial systems, which is the backbone of any nation working towards the betterment of its people. So, a green financial system integrates climate related risks into their internal assessment frameworks and methodologies to account for added risks posed by climate change. The second approach is financing of green. So, this is more inclined towards the opportunities presented by projects with sustainable development priorities. So, this entails encouraging capital infusion through various private, public, and other sources, into green projects. So in this presentation, I would like to focus on the second approach, and will try to give a perspective on different innovative green financing mechanisms with examples from Africa and other emerging markets. Next slide, please. Yeah, this slide. All right. So now that we have established that financial resources are central to meaningful climate action, it is important to understand the world of sustainable finance. So there are different definitions that are used across the world for finance deployed with environment or social impacts at its core. So you can see on the screen, the European Commission calls it differently. The OECD defines it in a different manner, and so you can also see that climate finance is a subset of green finance, which itself is a subset of sustainable finance. Climate finance provides funds for addressing climate change adaptation and mitigation, and green finance has a broader scope that also covers other environmental goals. Now, it is important to note that there is no universal definition of sustainable finance or its many types. So, thus far, financial institutions, governments, and international organizations have tended to create definitions according to their underlying motivations. And this has resulted in a proliferation of heterogeneous terminology, and one of the major challenges which hinders growth. Next slide, please. So, one very good example of a sustainable finance product is green bonds. Now, green bonds are proving to be popular financing instruments that are enhancing the product basket, and delivering a price advantage. So basically, this is a fixed income financial instrument for raising capital through the debt market to fund only green projects or assets. Now, with green projects on the right hand side and green investors on the left, a green bond can be issued by any type of institution, such as banks or companies, governments. And these bonds are certified as green by independent verifiers and certifiers, like Climate Bonds Initiative, for example, to avoid the risk of greenwashing and to attract investors with similar risk appetite. ICMA provides four principles which must be followed for a bond to be green, in order to have enhanced impact. So the use of proceeds, for example, identifies the eligibility criteria, which could be satisfied for green projects. Project evaluation and selection elaborates on the internal process to select the eligible green project. Management of proceeds explains the measures to be put in place to track the allocation of proceeds and also the temporary use of funds. And finally, reporting is very important, and this talks about the annual or periodic reporting, both impact related as well as the financing related. Now, this whole process is subject to external reviews in the form of second party opinions at various stages. And these bonds provide investors with the ability to finance projects which are, core to the E of ESG or the environment aspect. Next slide, please. Now, while we saw that this is all very nice, there are a lot of challenges. It's not that simple, right? Now, for instance, the lack of uniform definitions and standardization contributes to minimal understanding of these products and also different interpretation, like how we saw in the definition slide. Another challenge is the lack of verifiable data for impact measurement and monitoring and evaluation. And this is probably the biggest challenge. So there have been a lot of players who have come into the market to offer these services, but reliability of data collection mechanisms is still an issue. Lack of dedicated green capital in emerging markets is also an important challenge, which prevents the cash flow towards these projects. And there are also other challenges like capacities, for example, which Professor Walsh touched upon in the earlier presentation, which is very critical, for in terms of skills within financial institutions as well as corporates on how they look at these issues. The sustainable finance as a concept, sustainable finance flows are heavily skewed in favor of select sectors and select sizes, for example, clean energy, green buildings, e-mobility. These are the markets, or these are the sectors, which are more attractive to investors. However, there are a lot of other potential areas like water, sustainable agriculture, or waste management, for example. And challenges around size as well as transaction costs are important challenges to direct flows towards these sectors. Next slide, please. So now let's look at some of the mechanisms basically that have been developed in emerging markets like South Africa, Nigeria, or India for that matter, to advance sustainable finance. Next slide, please. So I just want to start off on outcome based financing. So as you can see on the screen, outcome based financing focuses on driving substantial results and incentivizes favorable outcomes by providing positive return on investments. So, for example, just to talk about the structure, an investor provides working capital or initial investment to a service provider, which will in turn deliver the intervention required to bring about the sustainability or the change, so to say. Governments, multilateral agencies, or philanthropies act as outcome funders, and the disbursement of the outcome funding is triggered after the results are verified by a third party, an independent verification agent. And this carries substantial returns so that the service provider is compensated, and simultaneously the investor makes its returns with low risk. Now, I just want to give in some examples of outcome based financing products. Let's start off with development impact bonds. Now, this has a similar structure to what I just spoke about. And the aim of development impact bonds is to attract private investors to subsidize the development projects. An interesting example of this is the Utkrisht DIB, which focus on it's an India-based DIB, which focuses on improving the quality of care among private maternity care providers. So the DIB was designed such that the investor provides the working capital to invest in health infrastructure, so that service providers can begin their work with private healthcare facilities. An independent verifier was there to verify the results, and post which the outcome payers who was USAID and Merck, Merck for mothers, would pay the investor the original amount which was invested and an additional return. So this whole bond DIB supported about 440 small healthcare organization, to improve their services and meet the standards. One more example is Village Enterprises DIB from Africa, which was issued in in Kenya and Uganda, and provided and funded a program called Graduation Out of Poverty, run by the NGO Village Enterprise. So it enabled more than about 14,000 first-time entrepreneurs in Kenya and Uganda to start small businesses and form business savings groups. And based on the increase in consumption and spending of around 6%, data estimates that the program would generate a lifetime impact of about $21 million. So that's on DIB. Moving on quickly to the next product, which is sustainability linked loans. These are loans basically where the terms of the loan is revised in accordance with the achievement of the underlying KPIs, the key performance indicators, and that is decided at disbursement stage. And positive results would mean favorable loan terms, lower interest, and longer tenures. A good example is the 8.45 billion rand debt package announced by Rand Merchant Bank, which is the first syndicated loan by an African bank. And the package actually supports Mediclinic Southern Africa, which operates a range of multidisciplinary acute care private hospitals focused on South Africa and Namibia. Next, the pay-as-you-go models, deployed by businesses like Mcopa and Azuri Solar Technology, where products and services like, televisions, fridge, refrigerators, or smartphones is provided to underbanked customers on a daily micropayments. Next slide, please. So, financing for cash flow or livelihood creation. Uh, this mechanism is focused on sustainable development of Africa, in terms of improving cash flows and livelihood creations. The approach is to support small businesses, women, youth-led businesses, financial inclusions, and also supporting SMEs. So, just a couple of examples here on some financial products. So, Solar Sister project from as you can see on the screen, launched in Uganda. The aim was basically to train women entrepreneurs to deliver clean energy to the last mile. And this has reached more than about 3 million people, selling around 700,000 products in 3 countries, with over 8,000 women entrepreneurs, till 2022. Next, I would talk about Cocoa Climate Resilient Fund, which aims to basically accelerate climate adaptation measures for small cocoa farmers and SMEs in West Africa. And the estimated investment need for climate resilient cocoa agriculture in Ghana alone was at about 500 to 800 million dollars. And to achieve this target, the fund combines a technical assistance facility as well, and de-risking the facility. Finally, Kilicaf in Tanzania offers value chain based financing solutions involving small coffee holders, the smallholder farmers and buyers, with guarantee funds, warehouse receipts, marketing agreements, all in the structure. Uh, a couple of global examples I wanted to talk about. One was on women livelihood bonds, developed by the Impact Investment Exchange, which enables individual women entrepreneurs in sectors like food processing, agriculture, etc. And till 2022, the livelihood bond had mobilized about $78 million and is empowering about 1 million women across the Asia Pacific region. Another example from India was the Skill Development Bond, which was developed by India's Skill Development Council, and it aims to support about 50,000 young people over 4 years, and about 60% of whom will be women and girls. So as you can see, there are different models, different kinds of instruments which can be introduced towards cash flow based funding. Next, on blended finance, so this poses a significant opportunity for financial institutions to facilitate socioeconomic development within the risk return paradigm. So it's a structuring approach basically, where resources are maximized in terms of mobilizing private capital and also mitigating risk for investors. So a couple of examples on this would be the Lake Turkana wind power facility in Kenya, as well as the West African Initiative for Climate Smart Agriculture. So these are very innovative financing models which have been developed to kind of blend in private capital as well as public capital, and also reduce the risks posed by the whole structure itself. Can I have the slides through back, please? I just wanted to highlight one case study by Optus ESG, which we did in Zimbabwe. And I'm not able to see the slides, please. Yeah, the next slide. Yeah, this slide, please. Thank you. Okay. So Zimbabwe faces an acute energy crisis, right? So with low electricity penetration, disproportionately impacting women and youth, and the lack of financing and conducive investment terms, for renewable energy projects continue to be there. So access to capital from commercial banks is also a challenge. So the whole structure was created such that these different pockets of challenges can be addressed. So Octus ESG actually designed a replicable and a scalable gender responsive renewable energy fund under a project by 3 UN agencies and the Zimbabwe counterparts. And the primarily it was an equity fund which was structured to leverage UN SDG fund to catalyze private capital into clean energy and also strengthen livelihood security by creating business opportunities. So this was a $45 million US fund, which follows a classic private equity structure. And the UN SDG fund was the anchor investor, and other financial institutions like Old Mutual and IDBZ were limited partners. The equity structure is further supported by debt investments from institutions like CAPS, and there were innovative structures like credit enhancements which were built in to de-risk the debt investments. The fund also combines a technical assistance facility in order to provide the project developers with capacity building around aspects like project management, financial accounting, and bookkeeping. So the Renewable Energy Fund is in line with Zimbabwe's revised NDCs and has been awarded a $10 million capital by the UN SDG Fund. Next slide, please. Yeah. So talking about sovereign green bonds, which is the last of the structures. So the mechanisms discussed earlier were more from a financial institution perspective. So now looking at fundraising or financing mechanisms at a country level. African governments have been focusing on opportunities in the local capital markets and also exploring alternative source of funding, like access to international capital. Now, sovereign green bonds are issued by central governments in order to attract international capital for funding green projects in the country. So, sovereign green bond framework is usually formulated to describe the use and management of proceeds, similar to the green bond framework I spoke about earlier, and they help a country at a country level to move on to low carbon pathways. And as the capital is backed by the government, the credit profile of the projects also, are kind of improved. So about till this year, 2022, about 26 countries across the globe have issued sovereign green bonds, and Nigeria has become the first government in the African continent to issue certified sovereign green bonds. So just to talk a little bit about this, the 5-year $29.7 million bond was issued in December 2017, primarily for solar and forest related projects. And the tranche is the first of the $420 million program. And the bonds were issued on the backdrop of growing awareness towards these financing mechanisms, as developing and developed countries are trying to align their domestic financial and capital markets with sustainable development outcomes. So just wanted to conclude today's discussion, and I would like to reiterate that the importance of sustainable finance and developing innovative mechanisms to incentivize stakeholders at every level. So this will not only help in advancing the agenda of climate action in Africa, but also create a conducive environment for financiers for future investments. I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. But we have a question from the audience, and the question is, what is Octa's ESG doing to accelerate global sustainable finance and climate transition?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So, Octus ESG works across, both the risks and opportunity side of ESG and climate risks. And we work very closely with international governments, with multilaterals, bilateral organizations to look at how we can come into this transition. So, on the opportunity side, in fact, we look at how we can design sustainable finance frameworks for organizations to bring out green bonds, social bonds, or sustainability bonds, and identify investors and markets where this can be done. On the risk side, we look at how financial institutions integrate ESG and climate risks into their lending portfolios, for example, how disclosures can be enhanced, non-financial disclosures can be enhanced, how investors can get that confidence that the particular organization is actually looking at sustainability and not looking at greenwashing. In fact, even for sectors other than financial services like agriculture or renewable energy, we look at those innovative financing products and solutions which can be stitched together across different stakeholders, and looked at how this can help in raising the financing component of it. And I just
Uh,
wanted to add that while we are based in India, our focus is on emerging markets in Asia and Africa.
Thank you very much for being on the World Sustainability Conference today.
Sure.
Due to our time, we will only be allowed to take one question. Thank you very much. And I'm going to put in your contacts for people in the audience that would like to contact you. Um,
Sure.
so, give me 1 second. All right. So please feel free to email our speaker at or follow the wonderful work they're doing on um, www.octusesg.com, and they can be followed online at Twitter and LinkedIn at Octus ESG, and on LinkedIn
Yeah.
the link is on the page. Thank you so much for coming, and we really enjoyed your presentation, and we hope that we
Sure.
collaborate with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Professor Robert Home, Emeritus Professor of Land and Management. Professor Home was a principal lecturer and reader in planning at University of East London, and also lecturer in the Department of Land Management and Development at the University of Reading. He also held visiting positions at the University on Nanting Space, University of Stellenbosch, and University of Pretoria in South Africa, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, Nigeria, Koba Belt University in Zambia, IFR, Kyoto, Japan, and Hong Kong. His research interests combine history, law, and urban planning both in the UK and developing countries. Professor Holm has supervised over 22 doctoral students to completion on various dissertations ranging from land reform in Kenya, land survey in Brian, and planning appeal consistency, as well as environmental law in New Zealand. Professor Holm holds a PhD from the London School of Economics and Geography, a Master's of Arts in History from Cambridge University, and is a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. It is wonderful to have you here with us, Professor Holm. And so I will, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Holm to the World Sustainability Conference.
Well, hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I don't know how many of you are out there, but it seems to be plenty. And let's get on with the show. Is the slideshow going to be uploaded at your end, Green Institute?
Yes, going to put that on now.
Yep, thank you. While we're just waiting, I would special welcome to those of you from Nigeria and Abuad University, which I visited shortly before COVID shut everything down.
Oh, great. I hope you had a wonderful experience there.
I did indeed. It was an experience.
All right.
Right. Good.
So, Professor Home, the floor is yours. Thank you.
And next slide, please. I'm going to talk about land. I've listened to the other presentations, and by comparison, what I'm talking about is very basic, because land is everything. I think everybody watching this, unless they're in space or on their private yacht somewhere, is sitting either at home or at their place of work, and it all requires land. And as we run out of resources of all kinds, there's not enough land for all the land uses that need it. You just need to think about nature, forests, food production, mining, and urban development, housing. They all need land. And the global growth of population has been incredible in my lifetime. If you just take the last 40, 50 years, the population of just Africa has gone up 4 to 5 times, placing an enormous strain on the basic resource of land. And at the moment, about 90% of the population of Africa is occupying 20% of the land. That means a lot of pressure on urbanization and some very high densities, even though Africa as a continent is huge. And this is why SDG 11 was created, Sustainable Cities. And indeed, UN Habitat has claimed that SDG 11 is the key SDG, because if you cannot maintain your population in the cities, there's not much future. And of course, the latest crisis, one of many crises, is climate change, reflected in SDG 13. And again, you keep coming back to the basic resource of land. Just a quick mention of one of the leading thinkers in this area, Hernando de Soto from Peru. And he said that in his book, The Mystery of Capital, it's been around for over 20 years now, that the key is a land title. If you give people access to land and you can guarantee their land for them, then they can do great things. They can raise money, they have basic security. Next slide, please. And right now, these current 2 months, there's various events globally, COP27 in Egypt, obviously, which is taking place at this minute, and it includes a round table meeting of urban ministers. And a couple of days ago was World Town Planning Day, linked with World Cities Day, hosted by Shanghai, with the current theme, Act Local to Go Global. So my presentation is very much local, but relevant to everything. And a few days ago, UN Habitat had an urban law day attended by many specialists from around the world. And the main activities was to launch the Law and Climate Change Toolkit through the UN Environment Programme. And if you just Google that, you can find out a lot more. It's about how law, and particularly urban law, which includes planning, can contribute to dealing with climate change. Next slide, please. And urban growth has become uncontrolled in many parts of the world. And the main growth is taking place in peri-urban areas outside of the main settlement boundaries. It's an intermediate area between urban and rural. The institutional frameworks are weak and fragmented. The land uses are mixed up. Land has to provide opportunities for multiple livelihoods. If you come to the city as a poor immigrant, you have to get a living and you may have to do several jobs. The land holdings are typically fragmented. The social structure is fragmented, and these are places of rapid change and places of risk and opportunity. Next slide, please. This is an example. It doesn't particularly matter where it is. It happens to be in Botswana. And on the right-hand side of the slide, there you see the planned development with the road hierarchy and individual housing plots. And on the left hand of the slide, across the green line, which is a railway connection, is an basically unplanned area that grew from a small settlement into something much bigger. And this is a very common pattern you see all over the developed world, the underdeveloped world, and particularly in Africa. Next slide, please. And one of the problems that has arisen in the last couple of decades particularly is people being evicted from the land. There's a long history of this. The colonial masters, let's call them that, treated the population as they wished, and they could destroy a settlement because they wanted a golf course or something like that. And evictions have gained momentum as the population has increased. So on the left, you've got people complaining in Nigeria about being forced off their land and the money they have to pay out for basic utilities. And on the right, you just got simple message: don't force me out of my house. Next slide, please. And the causes of eviction from land are many. Natural disasters, climate change, earthquakes, tsunamis, drought and famine, all of these are forcing people from their land to migrate across sea to other countries. And this is a huge global problem, which we experience very much in the UK. There can be political reasons: wars, civil conflicts of one sort or another, enemy occupation, dividing up of countries. Think of the partition of India, for example, and exchange of populations, but particularly expropriation of land by governments for what might be good projects, urban renewal projects, development projects of one kind or another. But there's always a negative side effect of forcing people away from their land. Expropriation of land for environmental protection. Wildlife parks, for example. There were people living there and they're forced out. Land can be expropriated for foreign investors, particularly in food production, and then land can be expropriated simply for slum clearance to make a more organized town. Next slide, please. This is an example of land recovery after a natural disaster of an earthquake, this particular one in Kashmir in 2005. And the government there, back one slide, yes. The government there had quite a creative approach to the thousands of people who had physically lost their land because it slipped down the mountainside and wasn't there any longer. And the government had quite a clever scheme to find them a new piece of land, register their title, and simultaneously give them a bank account and give them their first grant of money from the government so that they could make a new start. And here let's continue. Another example is where somebody had occupied land that wasn't his, and the government decided, you've broken the planning laws and we will demolish what you've built. And what he had built, self-built, was quite a nice bungalow. You can see the fence in front. This is the plot behind. And you can't see it clearly on the slide, but there's a big red cross marked on the wall that this house is proposed for demolition. To remove people's access to their own home, quite a nice house in this case, for them is a personal disaster. and the possible remedies for getting their land back or getting an alternative land are difficult, time-consuming, and involve a lot of legal proceedings. Next, this slide is to show the difference between the planned layout, which is the blue outlines, which the government proposed, and what people had already done in advance of the planned scheme, and that's in the purple lines. This is also Botswana, where the government wanted to lay out 20,000 new plots. The surveyors did it all on a map in the office, and when they went down there, they found that people were already there. And the problem was, what do you do? Can you actually evict them? In this particular case, it was virtually politically impossible. Next slide, please. And this is an example of a self-built landlord. If you see, he's standing on a circular plinth. That's where he started with his Rondavelle round hut on a plot which he they allocated to himself. It wasn't issued by the government, but it followed the government recommended plot size, which was quite large, 30 meters by 30 meters. And as soon as he got on it, where he's standing is where he lived at first. And then over the years, with concrete blocks and modern materials, he built simple structures and became a landlord. And you've got his family on one side of the picture. And so they live where the camera is. And behind are the various rental accommodations. And now I'd just like to say a few words about the initiatives that have been going on over access to land. And this has been around for, let's say, 30 years. UN Habitat was specifically concerned with human settlements. And since 2006, they have launched a global land tools network. Again, if you want to learn more about it, you can Google very easily that. And they have partners all over working on different techniques for better organizing land, which includes, of course, planning. And then in 2016, the new urban agenda was launched. And again, it's very easy to find that, and it's a fairly short 60, 70 page document, which sets out some very useful guidelines. A particular technique for organizing land is participatory land readjustment. And this has been one of the more successful initiatives of the Global Land Tools Network. And one reason why it's successful is that it's very easy to get new technology on the ground, geospatial technology, so that you can measure the boundaries of the plots, and you can reorganize the land, and you can get people to participate at the local level. And if you're interested in that, in the brackets, you've got geotech for tenure, which is the use of geospatial technology and community participation to guarantee, hopefully, the land rights of people who are in occupation. Next slide, please. And actually, I'm coming to the end, and I realize that we're falling behind time anyway, but back to the idea of thinking global but act local. Access to land is essentially a local activity. It should be fairly obvious. And therefore, national policy can be important. But what really matters is what happens on the ground and the relationships between society and their local authorities. And there's been interesting developments in this. And if you wanted to attach it to an SDG, SDG 17 is about partnerships. And so this slide is all about partnerships, and partnerships at a local or regional level. There is a World Assembly of Cities and Local Authorities to increase the role and influence of local government and reform the legal structures for the powers and functions. Urban law is the umbrella word for this. And of course, everywhere there's competing needs, but limited resources and capacities, and also very limited awareness of SDGs, as we've heard from previous speakers. And acting local means having democratic governance where the citizens can participate, and if they are organized into community-based organizations, they can negotiate with their governments to secure their access to land. So you have to set up processes and institutions that can allow this. Back to Hernando de Soto, and saying that if you give people some kind of certificate that says they will not be evicted from their land, then they can start to invest where they live and how they earn their livings. And the other key element in achieving democratic governance is, of course, communication. And we've already heard from Professor Walsh on the importance of education. And there has to be revenue. And particularly in Africa, local revenues for local authorities are poor. And there are initiatives in using land as the main mechanism for raising money for public projects. Because, of course, land isn't moving. And if it doesn't move, then you can tax it, or you can tax the owner or occupier of the land. And this is the means to generate income to the local authority for infrastructure, particularly for roads and physical communications, to get this locally on the ground rather than having to use international funding for large projects. And that's my basic presentation, which I think is perhaps rather different from the other speakers because it starts from the land up and how you manage what people want to do, especially in this era of extreme climate change happening right now and the pressures of population. So
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Holm. The question we have from the audience is, in many countries in Africa, using Nigeria as a case study, we have people building in areas that have environmental challenges. Does UN regulate for each nation on land use hats, or each member country is to establish suitable hats?
The second part is that it's for each national government to set up its own land use rules. The UN can offer guidelines, but that's all they are, guidelines, because the sovereignty of the state is protected in international law. So each member country has to tackle it itself. In a continent like Africa, you've got a huge range of population sizes, and some of the smaller countries have very weak resources. Even one of the biggest countries like Nigeria actually has quite weak resources for managing its land use. On the first part, people building in environmental areas that have environmental challenges, that's happening everywhere. People have to live, and so they go and cut down firewood, and so deforestation happens. There's not enough alternatives, there's not enough use. There's sunshine, but there's not enough use of local solar power. And somehow you have to concentrate the population within urban areas. And UN Habitat has a list of target populations, population per square kilometer, to use land economically. And one way of giving people access to nature within densely populated urban areas is through green spaces, which can be protected and then can be used for multiple possibilities. Asian cities have been developing small green spaces in their big cities for decades, and that's a possibility. Another question from Ivan, who's asked questions already.
Says, under what conditions does greater land tenure security lead to more sufficient, equitable, and sustainable resource use?
Well, if poor people are being kicked off whatever land they have because it's not legal, they've got to go somewhere. So basic land security, and you realize you can stay where you are, then you can invest in your own, developing your own building and developing your opportunities. And that's the basic problem. How do you balance the planning needs of a city with its poorest people, who are always the ones who suffer the most? And you've got in Nigeria, Lagos metropolitan area, classic example, and Abuja, Federal Capital Territory. In both of those cases, the government wants to create new modern cities, perhaps redeveloping coastal waterfront schemes, and then people lose out, and they're not even offered a possibility of some alternative place. And the UN has guidelines on all of this, compensation and finding an alternative place to live, but on the ground, this is not what happens. And there's another question.
Yeah, thank you. So there's a slide on the Pakistan land grant. So the question is it mandatory for government to financially support the evictions?
The example I showed from Pakistan, from the earthquake, it wasn't, the eviction took place from the earthquake. So they were homeless, living in tents. And what was a very positive approach by the Pakistan Earthquake Recovery Agency, ERRA, was what I showed in the slide, where it made an alternative piece of land available, and it offered them a bank account, a grant, and a certificate of title, all in the same single operation. That's unusual.
Thank you very much, Professor Holm. We enjoyed having you here today.
I like the last comment. I feel I can speak. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here today. And we look forward to collaboration with you at the Brain Institute.
That would be good.
So thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Professor Gangpang is from the School of Humanities, York St. John University in England. He's a physical and environmental chemist and a freshwater ecologist. He works on management of nutrient cycling and pollution control in natural waters, and is recognized as a founding member of the field of geoengineering in lakes. Professor Gang pioneers in developing cost-effective and safe technologies for toxic, harmful algal bloom and water pollution controls, modified local soil technology, and fundamental physiochemical theories. That's metastable equilibrium absorption theory, and methods in environmental and geochemical interfacial sciences. He has a track record of multidisciplinary studies in chemical, environmental, ecological, water, nano, and aqua geoengineering areas. He's the vice president of the Water Environment Committee, Chinese Society of Environment. He's published widely, has over 240 peer-reviewed papers, and has filed 50 patents. We welcome you to this session, Professor Gang. You have the floor.
Share screen. No, I can't do that. So I can't share my, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly and I can also see you.
Right.
But I cannot
Can I
see the
share my
screen yet.
screen from my computer, or can you show the slides from your side?
If you're able to share your screen, that's great. If not, I'm happy I have them open here.
Right. Seems like the icon is gray. I can't share my screen. So if you can show from your side
Okay, so
using
let me
the
see
PDF that I
what I can do. I have a whole lot of things open, but I should
share screen
be able to
window.
go there. Can you see your screen now? Can you see your presentation?
I can see myself. I couldn't see my. Oh, I can see my slides. If you can
Oh,
play
great.
it. So in this
Is
way, I
that
can't
okay?
play it
It's not
myself.
very clear, you say?
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay,
today
you
I'm
know
going
what?
to introduce. Yeah, today I'm going to introduce technical advances on natural water pollution control towards aquatic environment sustainability. So basically, I'm going to introduce three technology, in situ technology for harmful algal bloom control, sediment remediation, and ecological restoration, which is essential for aquatic environment sustainability. And also another ex situ technology to take pollutants out of water and for water, energy, and food products to make revenue. Next slides, please. Next slide. So eutrophication is happening global in the whole world. It's causing lots of problems for ecological degradation and also for water safety issue and also public health issue. Next slide, please. If you can do it quickly. We have developed a modified local soil technology, which belongs to one of the geoengineering technology, is to using the modified soil to remove the pollutants like algal blooms from water column down to the sediment. I lost my screen. So this is one function. Second function is that, again, using this modified local soil as a geoengineering material to lock these pollutants or such as algal flocks into the sediment. And the third function is to utilize these algae and nutrients for ecological restoration and biodiversity restoration in shallow water system. Next slide, please. So this is the general idea. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this is the general principle that we have developed using this modified local soil for algal bloom removal, water quality improvement, sediment remediation, and ecological restoration. So for details, there's some several tens of publications you can refer to. So next slide, please. So algal removal using a very small amount of modified local soil suspension, like 10 milligram per liter. As you can see, we can flocculate the algae from water down to the sediment to get the clarity of the water, which is important for the ecological restoration. For further details, you can refer to the publication. The same for the rest of them. Next slides, please. Please turn it very quickly. And these are some typical studies how to using different modifiers. Most of them are natural products to turn the local soil as a flocculants to remove harmful algal blooms from natural water in lakes and or in seawater or fresh water. Next slide, please. So this is in Lake Tai. This is in 50,000 meter square enclosure before the treatment, during the treatment, 1 day after, and then 8 months later for the ecological restoration. Next slide, please. So this material allows, this to be implemented using engineering equipment. We have first, second, third generations of engineering equipment to spray these materials into natural waters. Next slide, please. These are the local government are using this technology for the water quality improvement in operation. Next slide, please. Again, using this for the industry are using it for ecological restoration and algal bloom removal. This is one, and so this one is reported the long-term responses after the application of this technology. Next slide, please. So this technology is called geoengineering in lakes, which follows the idea that I provide to remove the algae down to the sediment, turn them into resources for ecological restoration. So that function is to remove pollutants from water, temporarily store them into the sediment. The second function is to convert and decompose these pollutants in the sediment. So the first function is to contain these pollutants in the sediment rather than let them resuspended back to water. For further details, it refers to the previous year's paper. Also, it can turn the flux from sediment to water nutrient flux, reverse that flux so that it can absorb these nutrients from water into sediment. Also, it can help to decompose the toxins and other. And so the reason for this is because these soil materials contains oxygen nanobubble materials, and that can go back, please. Go back, please. That can then remediate the hypoxia in the polluted sediment, which is very important to maintain the DO levels and also redox potential status of the sediment, which is essential to remediate the loss of sediment pollution. So for further details, refers to this paper. Next slide, please. This technology can also manipulate the nitrogen and phosphorus cycling after capping the sediment using oxygen nanobubble modified soil materials. So this is a real lake application. For further details, refers to this paper, please. Next one. The technology can also manipulate the greenhouse gases emission from sediment to the air. And so, as you can see in this study, in the control, the methane emission can be reduced from 1.3 gram per meter square down to 0.3 gram per meter square. And also, it can remediate arsenic, heavy metal pollution in sediment. So, for example, in this paper, it's reported eutrophication can enhance arsenic pollution. Next slide, please. By using oxygen nanobubble, we can reduce this arsenic release from sediment to water dramatically down to WHO standard of 10 microgram per liter. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Similarly, we can use this oxygen nanobubble modified soil capping technology to remediate the mercury toxicity, reduce the mercury, because the oxic condition, go back please, the oxic condition will prevent the formation of organic mercury, which has a higher toxicity than the inorganic mercury. So that was the sediment remediation. Go back, please. Go back one slide, please. And also, once the sediment and water quality are improved, this technology can then introduce to shallow water ecological restoration. So this is a treatment compared with the control and the treatment after 70 days. You can see the restoration of submerged macrophytes in 1.5 meter depth water, or where the water transparency are very high. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And so this is a long-term 3 years monitoring of one operation lasting for the effect lasting for through the first year, second year, and the third year. The water quality remain a grade 3 standard of surface water due to the ecological and restoration and biodiversity improvement. So for further details, refers to this paper. And so this is the evidence to see why this is happening, because this technology can turn utilize the nutrients from algae and then grow them into macrophytes by manipulating their status from water to the sediment, so that this technology this paper proved that these nutrients are indeed transferred from the algae and the growth into the macrophyte. So for those who are interested in this engineering development, you can refer to this paper for 5 field pilot studies. Next slide, please. For scientific mechanisms, let's go back one. For scientific mechanisms, go back, please. Go back 2 slides, please. Go back 2 slides, please. 1 slide, okay. You can refer to this Chemical Society review. No, next one. Forward. Yeah, this one for mechanisms. So go next page, next slide, please. So recently, that's the 2 institute technology to remove pollutants and utilize them for ecological restoration and water quality improvement. And now this one, IWF one, is to harvest this algae out of water and the nutrients and the pollutants, and then turn them into products to make revenue, so that this environmental technology become more green and sustainable. So this is the idea. For example, we are flocculating and floating this algae, and then you can see in the right bottom corner a machine. We can harvest at very large scale of algae that can take the nutrients away from the water to the lands. And then we can, first of all, utilize this harvested algae for wastewater treatment, so that we can improve the water quality before it's discharged wastewater to natural waters, and also get enhanced the biomass of algae. Next slide, please, for further details. Then we can utilize this algae for, again, this for wastewater treatment and also for biofuel production. For further details, refers to this paper. Again, we can also utilize that for electricity production, refers to this one paper. I do not have enough time to go to the scientific details. Yes, go back 2 slides, please. So this one is, go back 2 slides, please. Next slide, please. So this one for electricity production using the electrochemical method. Go back, turning harmful algal biomass into electricity through microbial. Okay, and also making use of the residue of the algae, we can turn them into algal bio hydrochar materials. Refers to this paper, and that can have several applications, including for agriculture, soil improvement. Next slide, please. As well as for pollution control in agriculture lands, soil improvements for food safety. For example, to remediate the arsenic pollution for wheat, and also cadmium contamination for rice. And also we can loading some other geoengineering materials onto this algae chars to improve its performance. This one is to finally turn them into fertilizers for agriculture, to increase for controlled nutrients release, to improve the yield. So in general, the IWF framework is trying to remove the pollutants from natural water, and then using a series of technology to turn them into a series of products of water quality, agriculture, and the green energy. So for further details, so it refers to those publications. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. We've had a very interesting presentation. I don't see any questions from the audience. So I have from Charles Ward for the soil technology. Is it all types of soil that can be used in that regard?
Yes, we have studied many effect of many different types of soils, more than 30 different types of them, and also some clays, including some industrial byproducts like coal fly ash, As long as these materials are not contaminated, after modification of using our technology, which is a very low amount of them, usually less than 1% of them, so these soils or clays can be used for this purpose. Yes.
Okay, I don't have any more questions from the audience, but I want to say on behalf of the Institute that we found your presentation extremely rich and interesting, and congratulations, Professor Gang. We hope to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Going to move. We're going to move to the second speaker, Dr. Ozak Esu. Dr. Ozak Esu is an award-winning chartered electronic and electrical engineer and the video host of the technology series at Climate One. She is a global multimedia, which is a global multimedia platform explaining the key scientific ideas, technologies, and policies relevant to the global climate crisis. She's based in Switzerland, and Dr. Esu is a technical project manager at Hilti Group, leading innovation at the company's Corporate Research and Technology Center in Shahan, Principality of Liechtenstein. Dr. Ozak, are you ready? Do we have Dr. Ozak? I think we'll move on to Dr. Eugene Iteris now, and we can pick up with Dr. Ozak if she can make it later. We have Dr. Eugene Iteris, who has an MSc in Comparative European Politics and a PhD in Law, and Lig Jura degree from Denmark in 1992. He also speaks foreign languages, for which he has an MSc degree. He has been a visiting professor in various European universities and colleges in Germany, Belgium, Denmark, Latvia, and many more. And he has published several books on the European Union economic policies, law, and integration. Over the last 20 years, he has served as a managing director in the European Integration Institute, Denmark, having contributed heavily to the E2 special website since 2020. We'll be listening to Dr. Iteris now. You're welcome on board.
Well, thank you, Isabel. It's a great pleasure.
I cannot hear you, but I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Great. Okay, so now I can hear you also. Are you able to share your presentation?
Well, there is no presentation. I have the paper which was sent to you, and the abstract that you got recently. So
that's fine. Would you like me to share what you had, or you just like to speak directly to the audience?
I'll just speak because you have my blur, my presentation that I sent to you recently, and you agreed with this. But shall we just talk?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me okay, or shall I lower the voice, or shall I put it higher?
If you put it up a bit, a little higher will be fantastic.
So a little bit louder?
Yes.
Okay, good. So what shall I start with? What a wonderful presentation I have heard about myself. What person am I? I never knew. Okay, it's nice to be with you all again after about a month that we saw. Well, let me put myself on. How many minutes do I have? 20?
You have about 20 minutes, but you're free to finish before time, as maybe I said.
So much, yes. Well, now after this month period, we have a new theme, which is sustainable communities. A wonderful theme. And I guess that there is slightly misleading information in the program. It says about basics in the sustainability community. But then recently, the organizers, the institute, environmental institute, said that another theme is would be much better, which is about skills and competences, which is actually part of the basics. So they suggested I stick to the skills and competences because it might be a little bit uh, more important. So I guess we have to see the changes in the program. So it's not about the basics uh, solely. It's about the skills and competences in the communities dealing with SDGs. This is what is the attention of my presentation. So we are all aware of the changes incurred by the sustainability uh, challenges and to our communities. But still, the main question is how to make it more efficient, how to make it better. Well, so as I said, I suggested one, so to say, silver bullet. It's a cure. It's about the skills and competence. It's generally it's like first steps in kids' upbringing. We send kids to the schools, to the universities, etc. And according to the recent calculations, about half of the employees in by 2025 will need reskilling. That's correct. And this is what the main challenge for the our communities is about. So well. Um, Let me share with you my results of my small analysis of research of what could be the efficient way for communities. Um, I guess that this is what the, the background of efficiency is the skills and qualifications of the not only the elected officials but the staff in general, the civil servants. It's as I said, we are in the beginning. We are just kids in this sense in the communities. We are 7 years old. So we have to learn something how about the SDGs, and that's important that the institute made this conference and uh, put attention to these issues, SDGs. It's great and it's good. Um, we know that the SDGs. Sorry. We know that SDGs are having three aspects: the social, the economic, and the environmental. And this is what is all vital for the communities. By the way, the communities are varied in the sense of territorial. We are local, regional, national communities, and they are professional. By the way, for example, scientific communities, medical, transport, energy. They are all involved in the SDGs and in the implementation. That makes things even more complicated. But it's still a very vital issue. We are living in these communities. Our life is there. So what could be more important? We know that SDGs were adopted globally, but they are to be implemented locally, and that's a that's a problem actually. When the SDGs were adopted 7 years ago, mm, they actually put this on the shoulders of the civil servants in our case, without them knowing much about SDGs. And that's actually the problem. Instead of first learning, as we said about the kids, instead of first learning some basics for dealing with sustainability, they just put on us this burden of implementing. And this is why it's so difficult. You can see in all the reports that we are too far from um, from implementing SDGs in the coming 7 years. So on the halfway to the implementation to 2030, we are a bad performance, very bad. So there are two things I would like to recommend out of my small research. Is first of all reskilling or just re-educating community staff. Um, uh, Both, as I said, both those elected and those on the payroll and the civil servants. Some Nordic states have already management schools um, where they introduce the SDGs concept, how to deal with this, how to make it practically performed. So it's just it's a high time to put the staff, the civil servants, to school banks, and force them to understand the uh, the problem and how practically to deal with this. That's the outcome of this retraining or reschooling, re-educating. And second point is a unified approach. And in particularly, it's important for a global geopolitical sense because, for example, European Union shows the example, but we are only 27 countries united. All other regions in the world are making the same integration efforts in Africa, African Union, in Latin America, in Asia, this Asia Association of countries, and etc. etc. That makes an important part of in particular in efficiency. This so-called unified approach, combining all communities levels around common approaches. It's more efficient as we live by the good examples. Uh, well, that's recently we have had big elections national elections in Denmark and elected our representatives in the parliament. And in all, 14, 11 actually in the parliament parties, they are having either a small part of their programs devoted to SDGs things, or even some parties that are solely involved in green transition. And the whole European Union is actually um, has adopted these two lines in transitions: green and digital. And these are two elements of SDGs. Only two elements of not all of them. So the countries, especially small countries like Denmark, for example, which is the best example of how to deal with sustainability, with the SDGs. It's a small country, but the share um, of our efforts in the world is very small. But it gives an example how to cooperate, how to make integration efforts, and this is what the world is about: integration efforts around SDGs. Just give you one example. We in the European Union um, hope that to reach over 80% of clean energy by 2030. But 4 countries out of 27 would like to phase out fossil fuels by 100% by 2030. What a big step. What are these four countries? Portugal, it's already coal-free in 2021, last year. Holland, with offshore wind power and electricity providing by the whole electricity will be provided by 2050. It's 230 million homes will be switched to wind power electricity. Denmark is a famous example. We are becoming green very soon. No fossil fuels. No. Well, now it's a critical time, as you know, with this war in Ukraine and the energy crisis and whatever. But let's not talk about this. It will go over sooner or later. Better sooner. But still, Denmark is an example. Actually, Nordic countries are showing the world what is better, how the communities, particularly local communities, how can they live with this? And the fourth country is Austria, with solar, wind, and hydropower. Of course, the investments are important here, and for example, Austria is using about 1 billion euros to all this perspective implementation, and the whole European Union is to use a lot of resources and billions for this for SDGs. But the one thing about the skills and competences is important. The next year, the European Commission decided to be the year of skills. That means that all European Union institutions and the Commission, the Parliament, the Council, and all the other consultative and bodies of the European Union, they will concentrate all their efforts to skills and qualification.
Thank you very much, Dr. Idris. Are you rounding up?
I have still 5 minutes. Okay, but anyway, the year of skills for the next year to 2023 is an example of the importance of this field, of this sphere, to reskilling, to make new workforce for the new challenge. Without this workforce, without reskilling them, we cannot go further. We cannot implement SDGs, and then we cannot make local communities efficient. And our idea is to make to get welfare in for our citizens. Well, thank you and good luck. Any questions?
Thank you also, Doctor. It's been a really interesting presentation. We do not seem to have questions from the floor. I'd like to ask one about the implications of the European Integration Institute EU Skills Agenda for 2023 on Africa. What are the implications for African countries?
Amalola, this is what I think is important. African Union has to make, my opinion, my recommendation regarding the examples of European Union. Of course, there are about 50 countries in Africa, and we are only 27. That's too small. But the example, the essential in example is that it has to be a coordinated effort, united effort in preparing skills, new workforce. Without new workforce, people don't understand what is sustainability. Nowadays in Denmark, we have new sex here. I have in the garden new sex for biological food. We have to separate the things we use every day. The ways are so important, and the whole the educational thing. It's not just education. Well, next speaker is about this educational technology, which is good, but it's not actually the technology at stake. At stake is re-educating, educating people by the sustainability issues. When 7 years ago the world put on us these SDGs ideas, we were not prepared. We are still not prepared, and that's important. Let's make schools. I don't know for how to make it. You know better how it will be done in Africa. In the European Union, it's easy. All these administrative management skills to manage the SDGs. All these 17 SDGs, people just stuck with it. They don't understand what to do. So my idea is to make educators flow instead of, well, of course, money is important, but just let us flow to Africa. Let's put our knowledge to staff, to civil servants, to everybody in the local communities. Let's tell them what this is all about and how to make our life happier, how to make sustainable local communities more sustainable. That's my recommendation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eteris, and we've enjoyed your very interesting presentation. We will move now to the next speaker. That is Dr. Akingbe Misilu. Dr. Abiola Akingbe Misilu currently teaches in the Department of Science Tech Education at the Adekunle Ajase University in Akungba Akoko here in Ondo State. He's versatile, prolific, and a dynamic public speaker. He is the president of Abiola Educational and Communication Consultants Nigeria. He's a well-renowned researcher, an academic of repute, and a devoted kingdom campaigner. That means he's a good Christian. He has several articles in many reputable international and national publications, and he will be speaking to us today. Dr. Akingbe Misilu, are you ready?
I'm very ready.
Fantastic. So I have your presentation now on educational technology as a vital tool for 21st century development in sustainable communities. Would you like me to share it from my end, or are you able to share it there?
Please share it from your hand, please.
All right then. So we'll be having you now. Just a minute.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Malala. And I want to sincerely appreciate everyone for joining me this afternoon. It's afternoon here in Nigeria. My name is Abiola Akingbe Misilu, and today I'm presenting educational technology vital tool for 21st century development and sustainable communities. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. This paper has been presented in the World Sustainable Conference 2022, and I'm going to start off with an introduction that tells us that continuous development and sustainable communities are topmost in the desire of any society. Now, from the very smallest unit of society, which is the family, to the entirety of the community, wherever we can call the complex of it, we need to continuously develop. Now, in some parts of the world, we have different such war going on in some parts of the world. We have flooding in some parts of Africa and Europe. We have banditry, we have earthquake and a number of other natural disasters. All these are bringing to us that there is a need for us to sustain our environment and develop, because these occurrences are really dragging us backwards. Now, in this presentation, I'm going to make efforts to expand the functionality of educational technology, which is an aspect of education. Like we had the initial speaker said, We need a whole lot of education in order to cause a change in our society. Now, let's start with education. What exactly, thank you, the next slide. What exactly is education? A lot of people will call it schooling, others may call it training, depending on the usage per time. So it's a relative word. But according to Ideal 2000, it said education can be defined as the process of developing cognitive, affective, and psychological domain of individual in order to make him or her acquire skills that is relevant and knowledge in order to change the society. So whenever education is acquired, it's for the progress and necessary for man. Next slide. Now, next slide, please. It's important to know that the background here is that education works on individual and also make the whole environment to be better. So when an individual is well educated, the whole community will eventually get developed. So in every sense of the society, the idea of education is to enhance development of both the individual and the society. Please, let's move on. The next slide, please. The next slide. Now, education is generally necessary for make us good, but technology, on the other hand, is necessary because it's an integrated process of man and machine, ideas, procedures, with the aim of determining and solving human problems. So we have a synergy between education and technology. Education is making life better for people. Technology is also making life better for people. Now, technology has a number of areas you might want to look at according to Kreisberg 1979. He identified 4 areas that technology has benefited man. As I have them here, first is to increase production of goods and services. The second is to reduce the amount of labor we use to produce these goods and services. The third one is to make man laborless, and the last is that gives a better living standard to man. The next slide, please. Therefore, let's look at some properties of technology. Number one, it makes work to be faster, it makes it easier, it ensures efficiency and effectiveness. Technology also brings about improvement in the task. Right now, we're in different parts of the world, and yet we are together in one room. That's for the work of technology. So it helps us to save wastages. Flying, hotel, and traveling are being reserved via technology. So technology thinks about innovation. Now, having said that, let's mind the two words together, which is education and technology. A lot of people have different concepts about this, different idea about this concept. Some say it's just television, some say it's as using electronic gadget. But let's look at what the American-based Association of Education and Communication Technology said in 1979. They said it's the complex integration process of people, procedure, ideas, devices, and organization for analyzing problem and devising, implementing, evaluating, and managing solutions to this problem involving all aspects of man. Now, by implication, what we have seen is that education is helping man, technology is equally helping man. When we mark the two together, we're absolutely going to have a developed community and a sustainable one for that matter. Let's look at educational technology in 2 ways. Broad definition, we call it operational definition, and that is technology in education and the technology in education. Next slide, please. Now, technology in education has to do with the use of audiovisual hardware components of communication of our instruction, like we have the use of machines, the projector, cassette player, and a number of hardware in education. Let's look at technology of education. That's the next slide. It talks about the systematic and scientific procedure in educational practices. Technology of education has a number of applications, but let's look at it according to 3 ways: in analyzing instructional materials, organizing instructional processes, and organizing educational processes. Now, education is more than instruction. There are many other things we do in education, and that leads us to the importance of educational technology. A number of them to be said, but let me just mention a few. It makes your instruction to be richer and powerful. We want to teach about geography. We want to teach about law. We want to teach about history. How do we get it across to people without them missing it? What we need is educational technology. And when education is well delivered, then the whole environment is going to be developed, and then we're going to have sustainable one. So educational technology has gotten a number of importance that is too numerous to mention. Let me move very quickly for want of time to the 21st century needs. What and what do we need exactly in the 21st century? Next slide. Good governance. You and I know that when the community is at peace, we can develop. But when there is war, when there is anarchy, when there is natural disaster, there is no way we could develop. So good governance is a 21st century need. We cannot, debate. Quality infrastructure. You need good roads, you need good water, you need electricity, you need telecommunication. These are infrastructure that are necessary, and they are all on educational technology, affordable healthcare, security. These are some of the needs in the 21st century, and all these are what is leading to the development. So what's development? Again, the word development is relative. So some even imply physical infrastructure, to others it imply intellectual infrastructure. So physical infrastructure has to do with things we have around us, and intellectual edifices talks about the things that make the physical to come to being. So education helps to develop physical infrastructure. So development, of course, when it becomes easier for the people. The level of any community development is directly proportional to their education. UNESCO said that no nation can develop beyond the level of education. So to have a sustainable development, to have a sustainable community, is to have a community that is economically and environmentally and socially healthy and resilient. You and I know that when an environment is peaceful, when there is no health issue, when there are no natural disasters, there is the potency of development. I have been able to tell you that education is key in the development. There is no nation of the world that can develop beyond level of education. And for this development to be sustainable, what then can we do? Let me now take you to the roles of technology in education as instrumental to the development and sustainable development. So please, next slide. The first is that students can earn a degree. Now, when education is not interrupted like we have in some part of Europe and some part of Africa, where schools have been closed and all that, students cannot earn their degree quickly. But with the use of technology, educational technology particularly, into an advancement, there's not going to be restriction to education. Students can also be involved in a lot of other things, such as their work. They can be involved in sport and still get their class in record time. These are roles that education is playing in developing our society. More access to an incredible variety of enrichment courses online. Then now the number of us have gotten different sites where we can take degrees. Alison.com and a number of them are going to pick up degrees, to pick up certificates without necessarily going to the meters. So we have a wide array of degrees available for people to take. And now we can also have another role that educational technology plays, that no age-based restriction, that these students can go at their pace. It's also cost effective. You don't have to go to America, you don't have to go to Britain, you don't have to go to Germany to get a degree. You are in India, you can get your degree from where you are, even though it's a certificate of Germany. So it's very cost effective. Next slide, please. I want you all to know, my esteemed listeners, today, that if we give education its required attention, then we are going to develop. The threat to our life is daily increasing. We have flooding in some part of Africa in the recent time. These natural disasters sometimes are traceable to people's level of education. If people are well educated, do not block the waterways. If people are well educated about geography, they will not release certain gases into the community. But how will they have this education when educational technology is not fully deployed? Therefore, the campaign that is being preached by the Green Institute and other affiliate institutions on world sustainability is telling us that we want a world that we can leave for the generation that is coming after us. And this is only possible when we are well educated. So ladies and gentlemen, let me help you tell you that the level of our education is directly proportional to the level of our development and sustainable community. I want to thank you for being a part of this.
Viola, thank you very much. Thanks for your time. And it's been really nice listening to you. I don't have any comments from the larger floor, so we don't really have any questions. Just a lot of people cheering you on. So, and since we're short of time, we're just going to move on to the next speaker, so that she can have her floor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So it's now time to have Gisela Cibrian. Is Gisela in the house? Gisela, thank you so much.
Hello.
Hello, Gisela. I don't know if I have your presentation about the ones that were shared. Are you able to share your screen?
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. So please share the screen. You do have the floor now.
Okay. Okay, so can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can see you and I can see your presentation. Fantastic.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So good morning, everybody. I will today talk about a project we conducted recently, which is focused on implementing school climate assemblies and with the goal of empowering youngsters to co-create more sustainable futures. So just a brief introduction to say that there are different approaches or different movements. So we have environmental education, education for sustainable development, climate change education, global citizenship, education for climate change. But at the end, all these approaches, what they look for is to promote or to help develop the knowledge, attitudes, values, competencies that are required for transition, or a sustainable transition of societies. So in terms of education for sustainable development, UNESCO in this publication focus on identifying what are the key learning processes, identified collaboration and dialogue, the need to collaborate between different stakeholders, different agents, sectors, also processes which engage the whole system and encounter the complexity. Also, processes which innovate the curriculum and processes that promote active and participatory learning. So what we try to do in this project is to walk the talk, to implement, not to move from theory to practice, and to create these school climate assemblies to develop collaboration, active and participatory learning, and involve different actors and stakeholders, and also make their voices heard. So we try to create these open spaces and bridge also the gaps between formal, non-formal, and informal learning. So this project, which is called EMPOCLIM, Empowering the Educational Community to Adapt to Climate Change, was financed by the regional government here in Catalonia, Tarragona, and also the university where I'm based at the moment, Universitat Rovira i Virgili. So the idea of this project was to promote this, to offer the educational communities a greater involvement and active participation in the research or in identifying actions that can be helped that promote sustainable development goals, and doing this through school climate assemblies with the idea that children and youngsters are the ambassadors and change agents within their societies, because they can influence their families, the community, and also with this idea that if we want to really achieve this sustainable transformation of society, we need to engage people in this change. So to be able to collect their opinions, their proposals, actions, and the idea that where politicians cannot get to, society and citizens, youngsters can have something to say. So how we understand a climate assembly? We understand it as an innovative democratic process to learn, deliberate, make informed decisions and solutions to tackle climate change and promote social and regional sustainability. And here, what we did, so what we have is that we have climate assemblies taking place in different countries. So, for example, United Kingdom, France, also in Spain. Spain government recently created this climate assembly, but these are normally top or high rank events organized by governments or city councils. And here what we wanted to do is to do it from the schools. So more from a bottom-up approach. The objectives of these assemblies were to promote the active participation, collaboration, and empowerment of young people, and also to jointly define the challenges, problems, and actions that they think that have to be implemented to promote local and regional sustainability. So the methodology consisted of 3 steps or phases. First, they had to produce a conceptual map to identify the socio-environmental challenges or problems that they find or that they think that they have in their neighborhood, city. And here what we did is to create 4 working groups. So we had groups of 25, 30 secondary school students. We divided this class big group into 4 working groups, and each group was devoted or was working on a specific topic. So we had water, air, tourism, and energy. These areas were selected by us because Tarragona is situated in the Mediterranean. It's one of we have big petrochemic industry, the second of Europe. And also we have a big tourism, as we have Salou, Cambrils, and these are, so we have different challenges related to air, tourism, energy, and water. The second step was to develop a decalogue of 10 actions. So each group, after doing their conceptual maps, had to select 10 actions per area. They shared these first steps with the rest of the group, and then we had an individual prioritization. So as I said, for groups, for topics, the first step, the conceptual map, where they had the freedom to create their own maps, identifying for each of the topics what are the challenges, opportunities that they face. So we used a tool which is called manual thinking, which allows them to put in place their creativity and through teamwork develop these mind maps or concept maps. So you have here 2 examples. So the second step, as I said, was to identify 10 priority actions to be developed within it could also be within their school, the neighborhood, the city, the region. So here you can see how they develop these maps and they share it within the group. And finally, the prioritization, which was an individual exercise where each person had 12 stickers, so had 3 votes per poster. So they could vote what were the 3 actions that were most important to them for each of the topics addressed. So with all this information, we had the participation of 586 students. During this process, more than 700 actions were proposed. And what we did with all this information is to prepare an individual report for the school so that they can use this information to continue to start school projects related to SDGs. Also, it's interesting because what we found that through this exercise, we can also identify misconceptions related to sustainability and science. So it's something that we can use to then, for example, do some classes to clarify some of these misconceptions. And we did a joint analysis, a triangulation. We took the 5 most voted actions per each topic and per each group class. And we came up with a final report, with a global report, with policy recommendations and actions, grouped by themes that were sent to policymakers. And also we visited some municipal agencies. So this process, we did also a questionnaire. We found that there was a positive student and teacher satisfaction with the school climate assemblies. And here, just to summarize, the main topics that were that were emerged during the assemblies and the actions that proposed the students. So they were they refer to energy efficiency and renewable energies, also to the environmental management of industries. They need to also provide more strict regulations on sustainability, actions related to sustainable mobility, public transport, electric cars, bike lanes, reduce, recycle, and also promote sustainable consumption. Action related to the efficient use and management of water. The need to promote, preserve, improve, and expand natural spaces. And finally, action related to sustainable tourism and to environmental education, awareness, and helping, providing resources to citizens' initiatives that are working on these topics. So thank you for your attention. Here you have my email in case you'd like to contact me.
Tisala, thank you so much for such an interesting presentation on what you are doing. When I was watching your presentation, it reminded me of something that I participated in with the Open University that was called Evidence Cafes. And so they use this poster system, and it's quite interesting. I have some questions for the floor regarding, your experiences. How can this help us better in Africa if we want to implement a similar project, for example? How can it be replicated? I think it would be important for us to see, the challenges you faced and some key advice that you can give, having gone through this process.
Yes, I think it's what we did. I didn't have time to go in depth into the project, but there was a first phase where we developed a methodological process for so in case, because we did this project, we are researchers and professors from university working on these topics. But what we did is to develop a methodological process so that any teacher or any, for example, management team of the school can implement it. And also this could be replicated in other contexts. For example, I did it with my student, with my education students at university, the future teachers. So the method itself, I think, has the potential to be implemented, for example, in Africa. And what I'd say is that, for example, the topics, the challenges change because we have different challenges in different regions. So I would be happy if anyone is interested in sharing the methodological process. And then, so it can be used, but it has to be contextualized to the specific challenges or topics that we want to address in the assembly, the climate assembly.
That's great. And last question also coming from me. Is this something that you see that other institutions can contact you on and say, do you think you can work with us to develop something like this for my institution?
Yeah, because, for example, here in Europe, through the European Commission, so we have a framework which has been published recently, GreenCom, to promote green competencies. And so one of the key ideas is that if we want to develop these key competencies, if we really want to promote or create these active change agents for sustainability, we need to empower people. We need to promote active participation. So this is a strategy or is a way to do it. But for me, it's fundamental that we can engage people in change and people can experience sustainability. So now one of the challenges that we have is how we will do this project in primary education schools, in 25 schools here in Tarragona as well, in the next 2 years. And one of the challenges that we have is how we really make sure that this, it's nice as a school activity, but we need also to make to influence policy making. So how we can influence governance, how we can, and I think in this case, so empowering people, making them part of the change, and really helping them see that their contribution really makes something change or happen is important.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Isabel. I'd love to continue this conversation, but I think we're eating into other people's time. I have lots of comments on the chat saying that this was really insightful for a lot of people. Congratulations. Bye for now.
Thank you. So for anything you need, you can contact me, and I'd be happy to share what we've done. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Our next keynote speaker is Professor Stephen Schwartz. He's the Stanley A. Starr Distinguished Professor of Law and Business at Duke University and founding director of the Duke's Interdisciplinary Global Capital Market Center, now renamed the Global Financial Market Center. His areas of research and scholarship include insolvency and bankruptcy law, international finance, capital market, systemic risk, corporate governance, and commercial law. He holds a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering and a doctorate from Columbia Law School. Prof, over to you.
Thank you so much, and good morning and good day to all of you. My topic is using financial technology, sometimes called Fintech, to expand financial inclusion. And I'll focus on what is called the fractionalization of securities. And this essentially means to take securities like debt securities, bonds, and equity securities like shares of stock and divide them into very small fractional interests that can be sold to investors. And I'll talk today about how this can expand financial inclusion in two ways. First, by enabling even small and medium-sized businesses, so-called SMEs, to more cost-effectively raise money. And second, to enable even lower income individuals to invest in high return capital market securities and also to diversify their investment portfolios. So again, fractionalization is the process by which individual securities can be divided into fractional interests, which can be sold to investors. Now, for perspective, please note that financial technology and fractionalization of securities is not completely new. But what is happening today represents another major step forward in development. Historically, securities have been fractionalized by the way they're issued. A share of a company's stock, for example, is a fractional ownership interest in that company. Financial technology, or fintech, also has been around for many, many decades. The advent of computers in the 1950s and 60s made it feasible to transmit and settle payment orders electronically, to facilitate cross-border payments, to engage in high-frequency trading, and to develop complex and innovative financing approaches such as securitization. But today, Fintech also promises to enable fractional ownership in almost any type of assets. In a recent article, I focused on fractional ownership interests in what are called non-fungible tokens, or NFTs. And I emphasized the risks that these types of interests can raise. But what I'm talking about today is fractional interest in investment securities. And although these interests have risks, they're much less than the risks that are associated with selling NFTs. Let me discuss financial inclusion now. First, from the perspective of an issuer of securities, and then from the perspective of an investor in securities. And fractionalization, as I mentioned, can expand financial inclusion to issuers, most notably by increasing SME, again, small and medium-sized enterprises, by increasing SME inclusion. Now, the definition of an SME varies from country to country, but the term usually encompasses firms with fewer than 250 employees, although in some countries it defines it as fewer than 500 employees. And SME financing is critical. SMEs are responsible for the majority of the world's economic activity and employment. To give examples, in the United Kingdom, SMEs contribute over 50% of the GDP and over 60% of the employment. In the United States, SMEs contribute over 60% of the employment, similar to the United Kingdom. And if SMEs had greater access to financing, they could even further boost economic activity and jobs. Now, currently, SMEs cannot access capital market funding. The transaction costs of engaging in a securities offering, for example, issuing bonds to investors or issuing equity securities to investors, those transaction costs tend to be too high to economically justify the relatively small amount of financing that an SME needs to raise. And SMEs are therefore effectively relegated to borrowing money from banks. Now, there's nothing necessarily bad about that, but bank borrowing has two costs. Number one, it's more expensive than capital market funding. And the reason is that when you borrow from a bank, you are borrowing from an intermediary of funds. A bank itself will borrow money from the capital markets. They'll also borrow money from depositors, but a significant portion of their funding is from the capital markets. And so when a bank lends money to a company like an SME, the bank, in order to be profitable, must increase the interest rate. It's very similar to the old adage about how a company makes money. It buys products at a low cost and sells the products at a higher cost. And similarly, a bank borrows money at a relatively low cost, but then lends it to companies at a higher cost. And so again, bank lending is expensive, or more expensive than capital market funding. Secondly, banks will not always provide the amounts of financing that SMEs optimally will need. And furthermore, banks tend to limit their SME lending to only a small portion of the SMEs, those that have proven their creditworthiness. And in some cases, banks will not lend at all to an SME, even if it's creditworthy, because the amount that is being requested may be too small to justify the bank's transaction costs. Now, again, fractionalization can resolve this or help to resolve this by enabling SMEs to get more direct access and cheaper access to capital market funding. An OECD report observes that, and I'll quote, non-bank market-based financing can improve the flow of credit to SMEs while enhancing diversity and widening participation in the financial system. Now, SMEs could borrow in various ways. There are centralized ways to access the capital markets through so-called central bond exchanges. There are also increasingly so-called decentralized finance, or DeFi, alternative ways to borrow. And financial technology, again, can facilitate both of these ways by representing each fractional interest and its transfer using technology, primarily in this case, blockchain. And blockchain, you may have heard, this is an industry jargon which can cause confusion, and essentially is where an asset is represented digitally and protected by a certain type of cryptography or computerized sort of puzzle protection. I will talk about how this works in a few minutes, but essentially blockchain in its most widely used form is a computerized database that records information. It acts as the electronic equivalent of a paper ledger. And to reduce the need for a trusted central intermediary, blockchain databases typically are stored in multiple computers. And when this happens, each computer in industry jargon is called a node, N-O-D-E. And the trust is provided by a certain amount of cross-checking redundancy among each of these node computers. And the idea is that the information in each node computer would have to be identical to that information in all of the other node computers. So in order for a hacker to get in and change information, they would basically upset the redundancy, and that would, number one, be difficult to hack all the computers, and number two, if there are inconsistencies, that could be seen. Now, I just talked about from an issuer perspective how fintech can help to increase financial inclusion. It also can increase financial inclusion from an investor perspective, and this relates to the issuer perspective as well. But fractionalization can expand investor financial inclusion by giving virtually everyone access to investment securities. Currently, if you wanted to invest, let's say, in a capital market bond, most bond prices are anywhere from 25,000 minimum to 50,000 denomination minimum. And clearly, few retail or consumer investors can afford these prices. If you fractionalize a security, you can divide that bond into, for example, $100 increments or $500 or $1,000 increments. But the point is much, much smaller increments. And this will increase vastly the number of investors who can invest in the capital markets. And that's good for two reasons. From an issuer inclusion reason, it means that capital market financing will increase in the aggregate, providing more money for issuers, more money for SMEs to borrow. Secondly, in many countries, a very small portion of the population currently invests. In France, for example, only 6% of the population engages in retail investing. In Mexico, it's only 1%. And shifting more financing from bank lending to the capital markets, and thereby increasing retail investing, are central goals of the European Union. The EU has been working for some time to implement a so-called Capital Markets Union, or CMU, to harmonize its various member countries' capital markets and make them more efficient. And a central focus of the CMU is to motivate retail investors to become alternative funding providers, especially for SMEs. Now, finally, I mentioned that fractionalization can create more risk. And in the case of non-fungible tokens, these risks are very high. Non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, are fractional interests in such assets as art, collectible cars, basketball video highlights, real estate, and even fractional interest in fictitious real estate used in video games. And they do not ordinarily generate cash flows. And an investor in NFTs, its only source of repayment is to sell the NFT to other investors who would want to buy NFTs. But the problem is, the risk is that those other investors, that other market to purchase NFTs, may not exist. Where you have typical investment securities, in contrast, like bonds and equity securities, number one, it's more likely that a market for their purchase to resale will exist, although there is always the inherent risk that a bond or an equity security that has a robust market for resale will not have the same market for resale if you're selling only fractional interest in that security. But there is a so-called second way out for investors, especially in the case of fractional interest in bonds. Bonds will pay principal and interest on a regular basis. And so even if an investor is unable to resell its fractional interest in a bond, that investor will receive cash flow, a fractional interest in the principal and interest that is paid on that bond. An investor in a fractional interest in an equity security will have less protection. You don't have a regular expectation of principal and interest, but at least it will receive a fractional interest in any dividends paid on the bond. So fractional interest in bonds are marginally, if not more, safe than fractional interest in equity securities. And in terms of the current market development of the sale of fractional interest, it's somewhat anomalous that the parties are starting with fractional interest in equity securities and not in bonds. And that is hard to explain. Finally, regulation of these risks. Regulators should be able to regulate risks associated with sales of fractional interest in securities. And that's because most countries have a very well developed securities law. and securities law that would cover the underlying bond or underlying equity security also should cover a fractional interest in those securities. Now, that does call into question as to how securities laws should operate. And there are issues when you sell fractional interests to consumers and less sophisticated and smaller investors, how the disclosure should operate so that the investors fully understand. There are also potential suitability requirements, so called, should you be selling these interests to widows and orphans, as the line goes. Also, there's a question of consumer protection laws. Currently, the sale of securities does not have the protection of consumer laws. But if you're selling fractional interests, then you may well need consumer protection laws. Another issue is the tension between so-called anti-money laundering laws, or sometimes called AML, and privacy concerns. Worldwide, there is a lot of concern that when you sell securities or when you transfer currencies, some of those transfers may be used either for money laundering or even, for terrorist purposes. And there are worldwide various anti-money laundering laws that include know your customer laws. So a bank, when it transfers money, should know the customer that it's transferring the money from, which it's transferring the money, and ideally to whom it's transferring the money. If you apply that to a consumer basis, in the case of fractional interest in securities, that does basically take into account, or at least raises, privacy issues. And we need to worry about how we can balance these anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing goals with the goal of protecting privacy. And part of that issue is, should these transfers take place through an intermediary, like an exchange, or on a decentralized basis, what I refer to as DeFi basis, and that gets to be fairly complex, which I will not get into. But that essentially sets forth the ways in which financial technology can help to facilitate financial inclusion, both for issuers and for investors. And I would welcome any questions or comments.
Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you also for the sacrifice, because I know it's very early now at your end. And thank you for making out time to join us and to make your presentation. I have a couple of questions, but one first question I'm going to take is from the audience. And it says, what financial technology is structurally available for education in sustainable development?
What, if you could repeat that? I wasn't sure if you were asking about
what financial technology is structurally available for education in sustainable development.
Yeah, well, the education, of course, is what this conference is partly doing. I will say that there are other forms of education in terms of articles that are either out there or coming out. And the person who asked that, if they could email me, and I'm at Duke University Law School, the email's on the internet, or perhaps you can send it. I will be happy to send them a draft article on this topic that I am working on with a co-author, one of my research assistants, and that will lay out these issues in more detail and also will give citations to sources which this audience member can read if he or she wishes to. And if other members of the audience want that, I'm happy to send it to however members of the audience are interested.
Thank you, Prof. I'm going to dive into one of the questions that I've shared with you before. And I'm going to ask, how do women take advantage of fintech? You know, women are globally largest business owners and they qualify under the SME bracket. How do we bridge the gap of technology knowledge and access to finance and to use fintech as a tool for leveraging empowerment for women and bridging the gap for women business owners globally?
Right. Well, there's nothing about fintech that I'm aware of that would differentiate between women and men in terms of the availability or the use. I think probably the more interesting question, or not interesting, but perhaps more relevant question at this point would be how can people access this? How can people who are running SMEs access this? And this is very much still in process. But even now, there are firms like Robinhood that are getting into the business of selling fractional interest in securities, in particular in equity securities. At this point, until everything is sort of hashed out in a sense, this is still a technology in development. And as we've seen in the past day with the bankruptcy of FTX, some of the technologies in development, in that case, a cryptocurrency and other exchange, can create associated risks. But once the market becomes more robust, which I would expect in the next year or two or three, the risk will be better managed. I also understand that the established brokerage firm Schwab is now beginning to offer fractional interest. And that, of course, is perhaps certainly a more established intermediary to use. But in terms of how women can take more advantage of this, I wouldn't see that there's any difference between women and men. But if there's an example you could raise about that, I'd be happy to try to respond.
I was actually looking at that, framing that question from the perspective of women in developing and underdeveloped countries, where there's already a gap in terms of access to finance between male business owners and female business owners. So we need to bridge the gap in terms of education and access to ICT and helping them to be able to leverage on fintech.
Absolutely. And certainly it's important for women to get the same education in these areas as men. And ideally, firms that provide these opportunities should provide them equally to women-run SMEs as to male-run SMEs.
Thank you very much, Prof. There's another question here. What are the challenges to be overcome by fintech, especially with inclusion?
Well, that's a very broad question, of course. What are the challenges to be overcome by fintech? And like any new technology, we see certain of the applications, but we don't necessarily see today all of the future applications. This is a question actually more broadly associated with scientific advances. Many scientific advances, when they occur, people do not see any applications or see very limited applications. And as the science becomes more familiar, the applications increase. So, I'm answering that general question in a very general way. If you can perhaps make that question more specific, I will try to answer it more specifically.
Thank you again. Thank you again for your presentation, Prof. I'll let you go on now to enjoy the rest of the early morning. Your side.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Bye.
Take care.
Yes. So our next speaker is Professor Zabi. Professor Zabi is currently the Thompson Hill Chair of Excellence, tenured Professor of Accounting and School of Accountancy PhD Coordinator at the University of Memphis. He's currently appointed as the Honorary Advisor to the Financial Reporting Council in Hong Kong, December 2019 to September 2023. Key publications include 14 books on financial statements, mergers and acquisition, corporate governance, internal auditing, business sustainability, organizational ethics, audit committees, and forensic accounting. Many of the most important books have been translated into multiple languages: Spanish, Chinese, Persian, and Korean. Prof, over to you. I hope you'll be able to share your screen so that you can share your slide. You're muted, Prof. You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I was muted. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm trying to share my PowerPoint. Do you have my PowerPoints? The slides that I have?
Yes,
here
it will be
it
shared
is.
right away.
Yeah. Good morning, or in my time, good morning, good afternoon to everybody. I'm Zabi Rezai, Professor of Accounting and at the University of Memphis. And today's presentation is from one of my research on business sustainability and impact investing, implication for corporate governance, environmental, social initiatives. That comes from one of my recent books, textbooks that I have, and there are 4 modules. Module 2 relates on business sustainability, and basically the presentation comes from that. And I would like to start with definition of business sustainability as it is in my textbook. And basically, I define business sustainability as a process. It's a journey, it's not one event, with the key focus on 4 dimensions of sustainability performance, including economic, governance, social, ethical, environmental, sustainability performance. And it is more of integrated approach. It is corporate social responsibility is one of the components of business sustainability. And the purpose of business sustainability is to achieve financial economic performance for investor shareholders, to create shareholder value, at the same time having some environmental and social impact, or focusing on the achievement of non-financial, environmental, social, and governance performance to basically protect the interest of all stakeholders. The next slide, why business sustainability become important and why now? Well, to make it simple, sustainability information is demanded by shareholders, investors. As of now, more than 1,300 institutional investors worldwide with 59 trillion of asset under their management demanding non-financial ESG information. So that's one reason. Investors demand such information. Second, regulators mandate disclosure of ESG information. Starting in 2017, all large 6,000 European companies are required, or they have been required to disclose ESG information, including diversity and others. In Hong Kong, in Asia, and even in the United States, currently, the SEC requiring or has proposed or would require disclosure of climate change and human capital and so on. So that's for these reasons sustainability become important. And again, if you go to the next slide, the purpose is to create shared value for all investors. The framework that I use in the book is that the purpose of sustainability is to create shared value for all stakeholders. It's a long-term performance and multi-dimensional performance. And if you go to the next slide, I see the stakeholders that they have interest in the company and they take risk, including main one shareholders, government, environment, employees, suppliers, customers, society, and future generation. So you may ask that, is there any tension between economic sustainability performance, ESP, and non-financial ESG sustainability performance? Of course. There are some people who believe that when you take the money away from shareholders and spend on social, environmental initiatives and others, you take the money from shareholders. However, the main idea is that the companies that they conduct their business ethically, unlike Enron, WorldCom, they take care of their customers, they have a good reputation, they take care of environment and do the business of the customers, they're going to stay in the business longer and add more to their bottom line earnings. So sustainability focusing on long-term achievement of financial performance as well as non-financial. The section that the prior PowerPoint shows why we pay more attention to ESG. In 2000, could you go back to the previous one, please? Yes. In 1975, only 17% of non-intangible assets, including reputation, environmental, and others, was part of the market value of S&P 500. If you note here, by 2020, 90%. So businesses have all the incentives to focus on intangible assets, reputation, customer satisfaction, and other things. And the next page, I'm trying to, in the next section, focus on sustainability performance. Here today, I'll talk about 4 factors of sustainability, including performance, risk, and disclosure. Let's focus on performance. Next slide, please. With performance, this comes from ISO 26000 that we call that triple bottom line, focusing on human impact of the business, environmental impact, and financial impact. Basically, people, planet, and profit, not in the same order, but that's the focus. And prosperity is also added to these 4 P's. So you may say, 3 P's. So you may say there are 4 P's: people, planet, profit. And in my book, I focus on 5 dimensions of sustainability performance. Of course, the most important dimension is economic performance. This economic performance, the objective is to create value for shareholders, and companies show their performance in financial statements. These financial statements are audited by auditors that lend more credibility to financial statements. This dimension of sustainability performance is already established. When you go to governance performance, the purpose is to make sure that all corporate gatekeepers, they do their job, and could be reported in corporate governance report, but who provides assurance on that is not well known. If you go to the ethics dimension, it is less established. Of course, every company has code of professional ethics, and therefore should be a report on compliance with the code of professional ethics and some assurance of those. I'm still on the previous slide. If you go to the environmental performance, of course, the focus is on the basically having environmental impact and leaving a better environment for the next generations. And the last one is social performance. You're going ahead of me with the slides. Need to go back. Yeah, here I'm done with this all the performance. Next one, basically, there are some research that shows that there is a relationship and link between financial performance and CSR and ESG, because focusing on CSR and ESG would have positive financial impact, would have positive impact on earnings quality, cost of capital, tax avoidance, stock prices, and so on. And there are some studies that really prove this association between financial and non-financial sustainability. In the next slide is about, could we go to next one? I wish I had the control over that. Another reason of focus, which should be more important to this audience, is that 17 sustainability development goals that was established by the United Nations, and by year 2030, these 17 goals are expected to be achieved by every company or in the world. For example, goal number 6 is a proxy for clean water and sanitation. 13 is related to climate action and climate change. 14 and 15 are applicable to nature and life below the water and life on land. So we already have this. Going to the risk, the next slide that I have shows the sustainability risk. And could you go to the next one? Yes, here, what we have in my book and research, I describe and explain several types of sustainability risk. The most important one is a strategic risk. Is the risk that company is not going to be sustainable in the long run by having wrong strategies, wrong focus on operational and financial and investment activities. The compliance risk is the risk that companies do not comply with applicable sustainability rules and regulations that I will talk about that shortly. Reputational risk is the risk that companies will not have a reputation of taking care of their employees, customers, and others, and that is important. And for that reason, many companies have established risk assessment and management, and the causal report, enterprise risk management, would help companies to assess and management risk. Let's go to the next one. This about disclosure. In this section, I'll focus on disclosure factor of sustainability. Of course, Finland was the first country to adopt mandatory sustainability reporting in 1997. Other countries do that. As I mentioned, in Europe, starting in 2017, reporting on ESG become mandatory. And in the US now, we have the SEC climate change regulations and others. Let's go to the next one. Next slide, please. When there is a sustainability, there should be accounting for sustainability, which is the process of identifying, clarifying, measuring, recognizing, and reporting sustainability performance in all 5 dimensions of economic, governance, social, environmental, and ethics. That's what we call it sustainability. And assuming that the companies worldwide start producing integrated sustainability report, this should be an organization to provide assurance to lend more credibility to those reports. And as of now, there are several standards by Public Company Accounting Standard Board and the Standard on Assurance Engagement that helping auditors to provide some sort of assurance on non-financial ESGs. Let's go to the next slide, please. Yes, the question is how sustainability information can be disclosed by corporations. Well, if you go to annual reports or website of any high-profile company, the first thing that you see is we are sustainable, which means that companies like to disclose or tell their good stories about sustainability. So it can be in annual reports to shareholders, it can be in management discussion and analysis, or it can be a standalone voluntary or mandatory integrated sustainability reporting. And it appears that we are moving toward separate sustainability reports. We call it integrated reporting that being developed by standard setters. Let's go to the next slide and I'll talk about the drivers of sustainability. Here is very important. There are, in accounting, if you cannot measure, it will not get reported. So in order to measure key performance indicators of non-financial ESGs, then we basically we need to have some organization to provide standards. That started with global reporting initiatives, G3 and G4. Then we have International Integrated Reporting Council, which focuses on integrated sustainability reporting. In the US, we have Sustainability Accounting Standard Board that works with the SEC to integrate sustainability into the filings with the SEC. The good news that these organizations worked separately in the past. Now they are merging. They are merging into what you call International Sustainability Standard Board as of 2021. And that's a good step toward measuring non-financial ESG and helping accountants and auditors to focus on sustainability reporting and assurance. Next slide, please. I was told that I don't have much time. So what is the impact investing? What's the impact of that on sustainability on investment? Well, as you know, in August 2019, Business Roundtable announced that adoption of statements on purpose of a corporation, and more than 180 high-profile CEOs from Amazon, FedEx, including those, they came up with this statement that companies should identify their purpose. So we are talking about profit with purpose. Companies should not only achieve financial performance for shareholders, but also have some social impact and environmental impact. Let's go to the next one. I'm going, yeah. And then the next several slides, and I don't have time to go over them in details, are from Sustainability Development Goals. Let's move on. Let's move on. Here, the whole story is that the companies that conduct their business ethically, they take care of the environment, they take care of their employees, they have a good work environment, take care of their customers, they will have impact investing, they focus on profit with purpose, they tell their good sustainability story, they have a tone at the top, which means the board of directors focusing on the achievement of ESG sustainability by having either one directors with sustainability focus or having sustainability board committee, like audit committee, have sustainability board committee at the top, tone at the top. Then executives make commitments to achieve sustainability. For example, having part of the package, compensation package of executives being linked to achievement of sustainability. That shows the commitment by executives. Then focusing on all financial and non-financial aspects of sustainability, including economic, governance, social, ethical, and environment. And in the long term, if the companies do that, they add to their bottom line. So this is basically a link between non-financial and financial sustainability. I'm told that I don't have much more time, so I'm glad to answer any question that you may have. You can email me or ask question now.
Thank you very much, Prof. Zavi. We only have one question. What is your assessment of the sustainability risk put in place in the face of current global flooding and disasters?
That's the great question. What gets investors' attention is the risk. The risk of not complying with, for example, any rules and regulations, focusing on environmental rules and regulations related to global flooding and the disaster, but global warming, climate change. So these are the risks that relates to not complying with the climate change that cause this kind of problems. So the risk is the main factor that get investors' attention. If you don't comply with sustainability initiatives, rules, regulations, you would face the big risk. And one of them that mentioned by one of the audience is current global flooding and disasters. And we need to all work together. The companies, investors, regulators, and the community need to work together to leave a better environment for next generations. And that would address flooding and disaster and everything else.
Thank you very much, Prof, for a very excellent presentation. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Yes. So our next presentation is from Patricia. Patricia, are you here? Patricia.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm just going to be sharing my screen right now. Let's see. Sorry. All right. Thank you very much. Can you see it?
I think you should just go ahead with your presentation.
Can you see my screen, please? All right, so while the screen is coming up, I'm going to be talking about the impacts of multilateralism on climate change under the United Nations. Please, can you hear me? Hear me, please.
Yes, we can hear you, Patricia. Please go ahead.
While it's uploading, I'll just keep talking while it's uploading. And if you have it there, you can also share. I'm going to be talking about the impact of multilateralism on climate change under the United Nations. And by way of definition, multilateralism is an alliance between two or more parties or countries. They have different agenda, multi-parties, multi-issues, but a common goal. And we know United Nations was created in 1945, and it's about the largest multilateral organization in the world. And climate change refers to change in the environmental condition of the earth. And basically, we go to the problems that is evolving in the world right now. We know that climate change is real, and the effect is as seen. We have, thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, the next slide, please. Yes, these are the institutional framework put in place for climate change. All this legal framework, we are done with the institutional framework. The framework is IPCC. We have the Meteorological Organization. We have United Nations Environmental Program. These are the legal framework, institutional framework. And the legal framework, please, the slide for this one, please. I'll be fast. I'm doing my best. The legal framework is these: the Montreal Protocol, the UNCCC, the Kyoto Protocol, Paris Climate Agreement, which is the recent one. All these are environmental laws, laws that are seen to the fact that greenhouse gas emissions should be cut. These are laws that see to substances that are not good for the environment, curbing these substances. These are what these legal frameworks are for. They are to guard and to maintain our environment. Next slide, please. Now, another way that United Nations have helped in the issue of climate change is calling for climate action, building capacity, creating carbon markets, climate finance through Green Fund, Green Climate Fund, CDM, Clean Development Mechanism, Adaptation and Mitigation Fund. And recently, the issue of loss and damage is on the table, and then it's being contemplated. And I believe that positive results will still come out from loss and damage. Next slide, please. Yes, specific impact of United Nations in West Africa with regards to climate issues. And then we have countries like Zimbabwe, Benin, and Burkina Faso, Kigali in Rwanda, Nigeria. These are countries and more countries that have benefited from United Nations in area of empowerment, solar, in freezing down highly potential greenhouse gas use. All these countries have benefited from United Nations with regards to things that can curb climate countries. Now, these are the methodology. So I'll just go straight. It's to the results. Yes, no, we can move results. So, generally speaking, the public belief in climate emergency is high. People know that there is climate emergency, there is need for climate action, which calls for more organization, private and even governmental organizations to come up and work hand in hand with United Nations to bring about results for climate purposes. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is still the same. Yes, 2/3 believe in climate emergency. Yes, and in our primary findings done with 122 participants in Ministry of Environment in Nigeria, and it's a good news. 100% have heard about climate change. Next slide. And majority believe that, next slide is saying some heard from television, some heard from universities during classes. And the majority believe that, yes, UN is doing something about climate change. They are positively impacted on climate change. But when it comes to whether or not UN is doing enough to combat climate change, we can see that about 43% said no, while some neither agree nor disagree. So the point is, yes, UN is doing something, but whether or not is enough is a question that stands hanging. Next slide, please. Yes, for UN to do enough, we look at the policies that can be adopted, and then the results of the policies are seen on the screen. Please, you can go to the next slide. And the policy findings report that people believe that conservation of forest and land should come first in terms of aid, in terms of help. So conservation of land, use of solar, renewable, climate-friendly farming techniques, and investment in green businesses. These are the order in which United Nations should come in wherein they want to help. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we did some interview with some persons who are climate experts, and generally speaking, the result is United Nations is doing something about climate change, particularly in the area of funding. They have positively impacted on climate change in Africa and in some poor nations that are unable to fund green projects. United Nations have helped. But then there is mistrust, in the sense that there are some countries that have made pledges with regards to adaptation and mitigation fund, and they are yet to remit these pledges. These have caused some kind of doubt in faith with respect to United Nations. So yes, there is mistrust with the multilateral system when it comes to climate change. And when there is mistrust, people would not want to be committed through their emphasis. So for people to be more committed to their nationally determined contribution, they have to be trust in the fact that there is common but differentiated responsibility. So if I'm doing my responsibility in Africa, trying to curb emissions in Africa, trying to stop the use or reduce the use of fossil fuel, they want United Nations to also instigate developed countries to also do their bid. Because when the question was asked, the answer that we got was that they will only do this when developed countries are doing this. So it's a common responsibility. They expect that everybody's hand should be on deck. And then in conclusion, climate change is real. And then for people to come on board totally, they must trust and respect for principle of equal rights, financial independence, and more inclusive United Nations where there is equity and belongingness, not people being differentiated, like feeling separated. These are developed, these are developing countries. There should be unity of purpose and sense of belonging so that parties to United Nations will feel that responsibility themselves, that there is need to come together to actually curb climate change. And then there is more need for finance, particularly for poor nations and developing nations, technology transfer and capacity building. And there will be massive grassroots campaign on climate change, massive in the sense that you can speak individual language while talking about climate change. Children can be reached through cartoons and a simple way of teaching them education on climate change. And with this, I'll come to the conclusion. Please, next slide. Anyways, these are the conclusion. If there are more inclusive United Nations where people feel a sense of belonging, and it will interpret into a respect and actualization of nationally determined contribution for all nations. And then yes, when it comes to global challenges such as climate change. According to Xi Jinping, multilateralism is and will always be the best prescription. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for your presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Well said. Climate change is a collective responsibility. The beauty of this World Sustainability Conference is the multidisciplinary speakers that we have. Our next speaker is Professor Amado. He's an associate professor, habilitation in architecture, Institute Superior Technical, University of Lisbon, Spain. Professor Amado is an associate professor with habilitation in architecture at the Institute at the University of Lisbon, where he teaches design studio in master's course for architecture. He's a member of the Civil Engineering Research and Innovation for Sustainability, receiving a PhD in environmental engineering in 2004. Please welcome with me, Professor Miguel Amado.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you. A little correction. I am not from Spain at all. I am from Portugal, but it's normal. Everybody forgets that Portugal exists. So I'm going to try to share my screen. Let's see if the presentation, I don't know if everybody have access to my screen now.
Yes, we can see your slides now.
Okay, thank you very much. So good morning for everybody. Thanks again for the invitation and the challenge that talk about the research group of Geotopol Lab. We are a small group of the research, split and spread around the world, and our focus is more related with the improve of sustainable development with focus in sustainable development objectives of United Nations. And we are focused in the capacitation of present and actual organizations with the interventions of future generations. So we are working with students almost all the time. The group has been created in 2005. We have the ambitions to have a training center of excellence with focus in sustainable development through a lot of ways, different ways. But normally we have focus to transform informal territories into informal territories. So with a strong multidisciplinarity, we have spread our interventions around the world, and all the works, all the research, all the actions have the student as a central figure in all the projects. There are no training, there are no capacitation without students, and not only Portuguese students, but students from several parts of the globe. This is several images. One of is in Portugal, the other is in Timor, where students go there and work with local students to the transformation of the natural environmental, and also improve the generations of future research and future workers. The lab also conducts research about development of knowledge, and also with different methodologies. We think that through the research focus in housing and also now in the rehabilitation, we can provide new conditions to the better world and with a better conservation of natural resources. Also, we make a mix of the integration, not only architects, but also engineers, doctor, physics, and mechanics. We have everybody, every different disciplinary areas of the universities where we are working through the same teams. We, until now, the last 20 years, about 20 years, 70, we have already have intervention in several parts of the globe, as I already said. And we develop different projects in planning, projects in housing, project in the research, and also projects in prototypes. And with these projects, I go show you several images about what we are doing. Urban planning, this is Guinea-Bissau, where we are transforming the informal settlements to the formal settlements with the simple drawings and with the implementation of what we call technical wall. This is an image that we have done in East Timor last years, where we, through the master plan, we solve the anticipation problems that we can find for the high rise of the level of the sea, what happens to the local population that have been constrained for more than 20 years from the Indonesia government that occupy the region, and the people lost several skills, several capacities, and also the nutrition problems need to be solved. And with the master plan, we can have, with the regulation, some solutions to that. In Luanda, we have been there for more than 8 years, make interventions in urban planning, housing models, and also environmental issues. In Portugal, we have also students define what is the evolution and the rehabilitation of several settlements. In Cabo Verde, where the students go and create a very, very close connection with the local people to discuss the sustainability of the future of these informal settlements, where people take place and where with several participation models we find what they need, what they are their expectations, and how we can capacitate local entities to reply, to answer of the necessities of the people. Several islands in the Cabo Verde, we also do what we call create the local areas to produce food for the future, and also to preserve water, because some of the islands in Cape Verde don't have potable water. So we need to create some strategies to preserve that. Angola, also the transformation of informal settlements into formal settlements, with focus on public spaces, and also a reinterpretation of unity of the neighborhoods to avoid more cars and to have everything around the 50 minutes of the distance. In India, research of the Goa, where through the definition of what kind of the time we can go by foot, what can occupation we do, what is the capacity and the density, things we have necessity to have green areas to produce food, also farming, and so market, temple, and community. This kind of the research focus also in housing, where the students go to the locals to the sites, and with the local students they build and they try to understand what is the best relation of the areas and plots to solve. They produce some models. These models are replied. Sometimes, like Cabo Verde, they has been accepted by public entities and they promote the occupation of the land. In East Timor, for along 1 year, several groups of students work there and create skills, capacity, organization, and build projects. Also give formation to everybody from the region, because they missing a lot of simple skills. And also the housing model to East Timor in the region of Oekusi. This is image of local material supply to making housing according to the necessity and expectation of the people. The same in Angola, in the region around the Luanda city, also the settlement of Goa again, and this is an evolutionary model where related to with the dimension of the family and the passing time, the housing can be improved, it can be developed and is adapted to the necessity of the family, and also take in account the quality of the environmental, where we reserve the water, where we treat the wastewater, and so on. The prototype we intend, and we are already implemented in the 2 countries, is for all. And for all, where and why we do it. We're gonna do it by a wall. And this wall, I'm gonna pass the slides.
We observe a rapid economic and demographic growth in developing countries, such as Africa, which makes it difficult to implement a structured spatial planning model. Do you know what was the populational growth in Africa during the last 5 decades? 600 million people. And what about the expectable populational growth until 2050? 3 billion. This growth leads to the emergence of informal settlements without infrastructure, slowing the development of societies and contributing to increased poverty. Because of the lack of investment capacity from public entities, the construction of infrastructures is assumed by households, local groups, or informal organizations. The solution is adopted to compromise the environment, public health, and the quality of the urban space. So, what is the solution? The development of housing as a generative element of new urban areas, with the incorporation of a technical wall. And what is the technical wall? A prefabricated structural wall that functions as a technical core of infrastructures and from which a dwelling can be developed. It provides sewer, water, electricity, gas, ventilation, and telecommunications. What are the advantages? Flexibility, allowing the development of housing in urban perimeters according to infrastructure's networks. Control of the occupation of the territory and the identification of the consumers. Prefabrication and standardization. Affordable housing programs. And this is WALA.
And this research and this prototype has developed with the students in the Instituto Superior Técnico in Portugal. We create a model, a prototype, and after that we implemented. This is the transformation of the informal settlements in the phase 1 until the phase 5, where the housing models organize and structure the territory, avoid appears in areas without infrastructures in the future. This is a scheme of the occupation that we already developed according the unity of the neighborhood to allow to have schools, medical assistance, and also open space and medical assistance. Also, these phasings can be developed and avoid that people are using and don't have control of the use of power energy and also the water. So we know who are in each plot and each time is a way to sustainable development, be more knowledge, be more controlled the occupation of the land to avoid we lost old rural areas without control. This is a simple model of the housing applied to East Timor and also the research. With the students, we participate in several international projects who finance us to make the other approach with in developing countries with the Portuguese language official. So with this, we do a lot of formations. We have a new PhD from Africa, from Asia, and also we relate and link public health to the urban planning and housing models. And this is the new research, is a PhD also with international financial project for European community to build with hood. And so this is what normal and the last times we are doing. We have a lot of publication of made by the students' works. This is a book of East Timor, very interesting book for teaching how to make sustainable development through the teaching of architectural students. The others is in Cabo Verde. This one is in Portugal, Almada, and also sustainable construction. These are in Portuguese. How to transform today's cities, and also the last one, energy, sustainable energy to transition in cities. This last book is available in the internet in the Sustainable Development Goals as a free resource. You can have these two books, these two chapters, the 2 and 9, and the 9 is very open because it's also important for public entities, for companies, how to transform the actual urban spaces in more green spaces. And thank you for your attention, and I am available to reply any query if you have it.
Thank you very much, Prof. And I wish Portugal all the very best at the World Cup. Our next presenter is Samuel Ume. Samuel, are you ready for us?
Yeah. How do I share?
Okay. Prof, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Someone asked the question, do you have PhD opportunities for African students?
Yes, we have in the moment 5 PhD students work in the group, 2 and also 2 from Asia, one from China and one from India. They're going to start in next year with us, or be already being accepted, and everybody is welcome. Okay.
Another question, what can you suggest to the government in developing societies to help in this challenging ecological moment?
Oh, it's a very important question. I think the most challenge is to create well-being for everybody. It's difficult. We have only one planet. We cannot imagine we go everybody to Mars. So we need to do what we need to do here in planet Earth. So the challenge is education. First one, education, sensibilization, involve and create a more balance, general women's and men's at the same time, have the same roles, have the same contributions, to find in the family the link to involve and to pressure the political entities to make the right things. The money is a problem, but also ecological problems. We have it. If you imagine what are the area around the globe going to disappear because the water of the sea going to take place where people live, where people work, where people produce his foods. So this is the challenge. The challenge we need to create a transformation, and we're gonna have only this transformation if the future generation are aware and with skills and capacity to transform the options in the decision moments.
Okay, so Prof, we have asked that you kindly share your contacts. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
guessing
yeah.
that some of your potential PhD students are in the audience.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you again, Prof.
Okay.
Thank you. I think we can have Mr. Samuel now. Our next presenter is Samuel Ume.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, from anywhere you're joining the world. I'm Samuel Chibuzo Ume. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of the Basque Country. I'll be presenting a paper on forecasting. Sorry, the slide is not showing well. It's cutting it. Forecasting agricultural outputs using machine learning approach based on random forest algorithm. How important are environmental and climate variable? Next slide, please. Okay, this paper is between by me, and then it's a collaboration with Kainde Blessing Faloni and Oleshuna Olowale Awe, and they are yes, these the abstracts, and then the outline of the work will be motivation, the objectives, the literature, the data methodology, the findings and the discussion, conclusion and policy recommendation. The motivation of the work. We know that the world we are faced with the food insecurity crisis, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, which the work is, which the study is on. And there are three issues that's leading to food insecurity at the moment: the COVID-19 pandemic, the climate change, which has always been, and then the Ukraine invasion by the Russian Federation. Agricultural output in Nigeria has been volatile, according to Falola and Hilton in 2008. And we know there are studies that and is evident that climate change affects agriculture in all sectors: crop production, livestock production, fishery, and forestry. And the prediction of agricultural output is growing into a significant challenge faced by agricultural organizations and institutions. And traditional econometric models or statistic models are unable to forecast agricultural output with high accuracy. And so this is the need for the study using machine learning models based on random forest algorithm. The objective, to determine the best machine learning model for predicting agricultural output using climate and environmental variables, and then evaluating the impact of climate and variables on agricultural output and food security. That's after the model selection. And here's the conceptual framework. That's the definition of climate change according to IPCC. It refers to the changes in the climate mean variability properties that continue over a prolonged period, typically within decades or more. And then food insecurity exists when all people at all times have the physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. And so, in the case when this is not evident, then we are experiencing food insecurity. And there are four dimensions of food security. That's food availability, access to food, food utilization, and food stability. And this work is looking at food availability. That's agricultural output, that's supply of food. And machine learning involves building mathematical models to help understand data. Is a sub of artificial intelligence that's allow a computer to learn from data, train the data, and then use it to make predictions. There are theories that support this work. We have the anthropogenic climate change theory or anthropogenic global warming theory. And we have the Ricardian cross-sectional theory and also the production function theory. But most importantly is the agricultural global warming, which is the most popular climate change theory. So it tells us of the impact of climate of greenhouse gases emissions on humans and primary on humans, and then talking about famine, species extinction, crop failure, extreme weather, famines, and hundreds of other calamities that are caused by artificial CO2, that's man-made CO2. And then the Ricardian is looking at the Ricardian cross-sectional theory looks at how variations in local climate affect land value, the net income on the land value of land. Why the production function theory looks at how crops are examined in various climates. The empirical literature, there have been studies on climate change and the impact on agricultural productivity, and they established relationship between climate change and agricultural output. And we find Jacques found that climate change on a global scale will lead to decrease in agricultural productivity and a surge in prices of food. And we can see that in Nigeria now with the flooding, and the agricultural productivity will reduce and the prices of food we are already skyrocketing. And then there have been studies on using data mining, machine learning models to predict agricultural yield. The data was gotten from CBN and Climate Change Knowledge Portal, and then also from World Development Indicators, and also from countryeconomy.com. And the variables include temperature, rainfall, CO2 emissions per capita, and then agricultural output. This is a picture showing the trends of each variable. We can see that for agricultural output, rainfall and temperature, they have an increasing trend, but more fluctuations between temperature and rainfall. And then for CO2 emissions, we see that there's a decreasing trend. That means CO2 emissions per capita is reducing in Nigeria. With the methodology we used is the machine learning, as I've said, but most especially random forest after the model selection. And random forest is an assembly learning method in which several decision trees are trained, each with a bootstrap. So it's average multiple deep decision trees, and then this is trained in different parts of the same training set. And the goal is to overcome the overfitting or found in individual decision trees. So the findings. Sorry, the table is not here. Sorry. Please, can you share my own slide, the one I sent to you? The table is not showing here. It's not also showing there. Okay, the model performance, it shows the different the different models that were the 6 machine learning models that were used, and then random forest performed more better, as you can see from the abstract, that it has the lowest random mean square errors. And so because of that, we had to use the random forest. So by the feature importance plot of the random forest, we saw that temperature had, look at it, at 100. That shows that it's the most important predictor of agricultural output. And then CO2 emissions, but why rainfall does not, is not important in predicting is not important in predicting agricultural output in Nigeria. And then the correlation plot, we see the relationship between agricultural output and rainfall, temperature, and CO2. The agricultural output relationship with rainfall is positive, but it's at around 0.4, around that 0.4. So it is like a weak positive, and then temperature is like a strong positive, while the relationship between agricultural output and CO2 is also a strong negative. And the relationship between temperature and agricultural outputs being positive can be explained that in northern part of Nigeria contributes larger percentage to the agricultural output, and most crops cultivated in northern part of Nigeria need high temperature. And so as temperature increases, as temperature increases, it favors most of the crops that are grown in high temp in high in the north. Why rainfall relationship with agricultural output could be explained by the less contribution of temperature susceptible crops to the total agricultural output. Then CO2 emissions relationship with agricultural output is negative. There are two ways to explain that relationship. One is through the channel of economic growth. According to the EKC, that's the environmental Kuznets curve, it states that the more CO2 emissions, the more there's economic growth, there's more CO2 emissions. So therefore, if there's more CO2 emissions, and which tells us that it's more economic growth, that tells us that there's more manufacturing. And when there's more manufacturing, there's a shift from agriculture to manufacturing. Then also, when there's more CO2 emission, it leads to rising sea level and floodings affecting crops negatively. It also leads to ocean acidification, which also affects fishery, and also it affects crop and water for the cattle, for the livestock. So we see that it has negative effect on agriculture in a way. So the conclusion is that climate affects has a relationship with agriculture, and it affects agriculture. And the best model for was the random forest, which had the lowest root mean square error, and the MAE. And the very important variable importance result shows that temperature is the best predictor of agricultural output in Nigeria, followed by CO2 emission, while rainfall does not predict the agricultural output. When we also discovered from the correlation metrics that there's a strong positive relationship between temperature and agricultural output, a weak positive relationship between rainfall and agricultural output, and a strong negative relationship between CO2 emissions and agricultural output. And here are the policy recommendation. One, they need to be the farmers and the government and policymakers need to adopt climate smart agricultural practices. And then there need to be climate and environmental education, especially for farmers. Like one of the speakers talked about education needed, and this education through tech to achieve the sustainable development goals. So there need to be climate and environmental education for the populace and for the farmers. And then there need to be policies on how to pursue carbon neutrality or reduction, also with research and development, so as to invent more technologies that will help the farmers, so as to ensure food sustainability and security in Nigeria and other developing countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Samuel, for the wonderful presentation. There are no questions at this time due to our limited time. Thank you, and we hope to see you again and participate in the World Sustainability Conference. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And quickly, we go into the next session. We have Dr. Punima Devi Barman. She's the founder of Hajila Hami and Wildlife Biologist in India. Dr. Punima Devi Barman is a conversational biologist in Assam, India, where she pioneers conversations efforts for the endangered greater adjutant stock, Leptopilos dubius. The local communities call the stock Agilia, as they are scavengers and often seen feasting on carrions. Through her work to protect Agilia, Punima has founded a group called the Agilia Army. She has organized and had hundreds of local women as fellow conservationists and community advocates. We welcome Dr. Punima, and we're happy to hear your experience from. Thank you very much. We can't hear you.
Hi,
Yes.
am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much. And I just want to check, my screen is visible, right? You can see my screen?
We can't see your screen yet,
Oh,
but we can see your face.
and you can't see my screen?
Okay, now we can see your screen. You can go ahead.
Sure, right? Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
So, yeah, at
before you start,
first,
please. Sorry, before you start, can you make the screen a full screen by just clicking the?
yeah, actually, I made the full screen. Maybe there is some
Yeah, right
problem.
there.
I don't know. Is it a full screen now?
No, can you like look at the zoom? Can you zoom it to 100 next to the icon? Yeah.
Okay.
It's not full screen. No.
Is it
Can
a
you?
full screen now?
No, it's not. No. Okay. Can you just leave it at 100?
100. Yeah, let me try.
Can you go to view and
Yeah, this is 100. Yeah.
you go to view and probably view or top?
Yeah.
Would you like me to share?
Can you see in a full screen now?
No.
Oh, so
Can
what
you
to
try?
do then?
Can you click on view and up top?
You can view, right?
No. Can you click view?
How to do this? Quick view.
You can as well click on the slideshow, the icon next to the Zoom icon there, so that we can
Next.
view this full screen. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
This.
let's go down a bit. Go down a bit.
Sorry. Is it okay? Oh, very problematic, right? So I have my presentation with you also. You can also upload if you want. I can
Yes.
share from the.
I think the technical team should help us upload our presentation so that we don't
Yeah.
waste time on this.
So should I go stop sharing? It's very frustrating, right?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Is it okay? Shall I start? Shall I try once more? Oh. Do you see now? Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
You can't see my screen?
Yes, yes.
You can, right?
We can't see your screen yet, not yet. Please, can the technical team help put up a presentation? Okay.
Okay. Okay.
It's coming up now, yes.
Yeah, okay. It's very unfortunate. So anybody is helping?
Yes. Okay, can you try to present, can you try to bring it up again? I think.
Yeah, present. Then I have to go to the share screen. Then
Yes, try to share, and then you can go to the slides, the slideshow. Maybe you try to upload it again, and then let's try it if it will work.
okay. Very. Oh. I have to try again, right? But cancel. I have to go to cancel, right? Cancel. Okay. So I have to go once again. Can you please guide me?
Yes, please. Can you bring it up while we wait for? I don't know if the technical team is helping us out, but can you try to share it again?
Yeah,
The way you shared it.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I'm trying to share. Yeah, please help me now how to do it.
So you can just click on the present icon, or let me see if I can also, I think I have a copy of your presentation. Let me see if I can share it from my hand here.
Yeah, then I have to, I can say you next, something like this. Yeah, you can click on and I'll, yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Otherwise, I have to start because, no, yeah, everyone is waiting actually.
So just a moment, I will try to see if I can share from my end. Can you see my screen?
No, I can't see. Maybe it will come. It's slowly coming. It's very time consuming, right? Yeah, I can see.
Very well. You can start. Thank you.
Yeah, so sorry for the technical difficulty. So I won't take much time now, so I'll start. So here I think you can see my like slide, and here these all are women, rural women, our team all are doing something, and we all are holding cotton string, and you can see. So you might have a question what we are doing here. So through this first picture, I want to give a message, a kind of optimism to everyone watching us through our team. So I want to share a message that we all are connected. We all the people working on climate actions, species, we all are working so hard. We cannot claim that we have achieved something. We are successful actually, but yes, something we hold optimism, and we carry forward. We and this is the through this web of life, which we in Assam we call as Mangalmay Hantijal. In with our team, we often play, and we want to give a message that we all are connected. I think everyone watching us today, we all are connected, and we all are connected through optimism and and harmony, right? So next please. Yeah, you can keep going on. So yeah, so Yeah, so now I want to show you this picture. No, please, you have to, yeah, please, I request you to the, yeah. So I'll say next and you can move then. So hello everyone. After this optimism message, I want to introduce myself, and I was already introduced. So I'm Purnima, and I'm from Assam, from the northeast part of India. And today I'm going to take you to the journey of conserving a bird, a species which was earlier treated as bad omen. Just imagine bad omen, a disease carrier and a pest, unhygienic bird. But by collaborating with local communities, we have changed the fate of this species. And today I'm going to share the journey of this species and how we collaborated with local communities. And Hargila bird, this is called greater adjutant stork and locally called as Hargila bird. I think you can see the bird here in my yeah, if you are watching me. And it's a huge bird, almost about my size. It's a stork, and their global population is around 1200 bird. And when I started my work, this bird was treated as bad omen, disease carrier, and habitat loss, poaching, poisoning are the major threats. Yeah. Next, please. So these are the distribution. They are only confined to a few isolated pockets. Yeah, please. Yeah. So yeah, they are found in India and Cambodia, and major global population is found in Assam. Next, please. I think I can't see anything. Are you there? Hello, are you there? Yeah. So, a few ornithologists even term them as ugly bird, and I want to challenge them. And I want all of your help. How we can say something as bad omen, a disease carrier, or ugly by its look or by its contribution towards nature. So, next, please. I request you again. I'm sorry. You can keep moving on after just a few seconds. Yeah, if you help. Yeah. So now it's now, as I have mentioned, that Hargila bird was treated as disease carrier, but they are our NASA's cleaning crews, and like falsers, they are the cleaner birds, and they keep our landscape disease free. And I want to mention that within the last 15 years, by working with communities, we have converted the birds into a cultural icon and a symbol of pride. So how everything happened? So everything started from my PhD. I was desperate to do my PhD 15 years ago, I think in 2007, and I was only confined to my PhD and research. I didn't know beyond that. But one day I had a life-changing encounter with a person who cut down a huge nesting tree, and which was hosting 9 nests, and all the baby birds fell down. A few died, and a few were alive. And when I saw, I was deeply pained. And when I was asking them, all the people came, and they told that this bird is a bad omen, it doesn't need to live. And everyone started taunting, yelling at me, whistling at me, and and laughing at me. And this situation had a deep impact on my life, and I was thinking about my PhD. But that day I realized that research would not be enough. We have to give back to nature towards saving its habitat, and touching and reaching out to the hearts and minds of people, soul of people. Without this, we can't do anything. So that was a call, and since that day I have been working with more than 10,000 families in villages in Assam. And you can see, this is a story. Like this itself tells a story. Hargila birds, they don't get government protection directly, because they come to the villages, they build nests on the private lands, and the trees are the private properties. Yeah, and people just cut down the trees when they come because of many reasons. And only the willingness and support of the tree owners can save this bird from extinction. Yeah, so and more I met people, more I visited, people were often complaining about the birds, and one solution came that we have to develop, we have to bring the birds into the hearts, into our culture, into our tradition, a transformation, and that was a solution all the time. So next, please. Please keep moving on after a few seconds. Yeah. So then I started working with the tree owners communities and started a 24 hours restless campaign in communities. And I realized that that if we are connected to the roots and we can study a lot. Please stop here for a while. If we are connected to our culture, we can do many things regarding awareness and reaching out people. For example, we invited our women because our women didn't come to the meetings, so we started inviting them to the food, local food festivals, food competitions. And earlier the women, they always thought that they have the role to their household for cooking and or for other household chores. Now they started coming, and this hit like this was working, and I befriended with them, and I started telling them about Hargila conservation, importance of nature. And then I started our women inviting to the Hargila baby shower. We celebrate Hargila baby shower every year in Assam. We do it following the same ritual for our Assamese expecting mothers. And this happened when I saw the nesting trees, Hargila birds were laying eggs. People cut down the trees, and when it happened to us, a human being, an expecting mother gets so much respect. So I just wanted to connect both, and it was working. And our women, they got so connected and emotionally sensitized. And even we don't need to tell them, do not cut down the trees. So this is a glimpse of Hargila baby shower. I invite you, whoever watching us, please come to Assam in October and November month. We organize Hargila baby shower. Yeah. So next please. So suddenly we realized we didn't plan anything. Suddenly we realized that in the villages we formed Hargila Army, a grassroots movement. Initially we had only a few women, but now we have more than 10,000 women, rural women as Hargila Army. And this feels me so great because we never thought that we'll come to this stage one day, and this is now under even beyond my control. And our work is an integration of science, culture, pride, and I think conservation is a package of everything. And we have a communities teaching communities program. You can see look through this communities teaching communities program, we can reach out, like our women, they become educators, and we go from one village to another village. So and then these are our educators women. So these women, I can't share everyone's story, but these are some women who are inspiring everyone, and they become educators, and we are very infectious, and we go even to the wedding to create awareness for Hargila, and it works. And we have a community Gita Bhagavat procession. That means it's the procession, it's a very holy procession for our holy book, and we march our Hargila to this campaign. For example, tomorrow we have this campaign, and we are excited for that. And we are very infectious. We try to keep awareness. We don't miss any opportunity to create awareness. And so we have lots of pride campaigns which we organize in the village, and we go from one village to another, being very colorful, dancing. And I realized that communities love celebration. This is about our Women in NASA network. We are also part of Women in NASA network. It's a global group. I'll not tell much about that, but yes, this slide, I want to share a few things. Like, you can meet our Hargila Army Jonali here. And I'm very proud to mention that our work is not only saving the bird, but also empowering women and bringing social changes in the villages and changing the livelihood of many families in Assam. And that gives me hope. And we never planned that, but everything happened spontaneously because people take up this program as their own. They have that ownership, and you can see, even if you can see in it's our traditional Assamese gamosa. It is gamosa is in our heart, like it is very sacred, very ritual. Everyone have to have this gamosa in our home in Assam. And now we have transformed the bird into our traditional attire in our gamosa, and people love to buy this. Tourists come, and our women, they are already weavers, and but now they are weaving for a cause. And for example, during COVID time, we produce many face masks with this hargila motif. At that time also, we tried to create awareness and support communities. Yeah. So, and then we make we always go for a sustainable solution. I always tell everyone that we have to go for a sustainable solution when we are working for a species, or for our conservation action, or all, yeah, or for climate actions. We have to go for a sustainable solution. So we put all our products online, our women weave, and this way our passion becomes fashion. You can even see I have a hargila earring. So our passion becomes fashion, and our women are so proud to celebrate the beauty of the bird. You can see the transformation. A bad omen, now a part of our culture. And we educate our children, and we term our local schools as guardians of storks. And I think this is very important part of our conservation action. And basically to work with youths, and we also go to the garbage dump and work with the children, and we try to do as much as possible. And in the village, we have formed our first Hargila Learning Center. You can come and visit our Hargila Learning Center, and our children become the ambassador. And most important thing is that our communities have the pride of having this Hargila Learning Center in the village. They think that this is their pride, and they are a part. They keep celebrating. So I request everyone to be a part of our Hargila Learning Center and contribute us by art, by ideas. Yeah. So next, please. We have lots of programs for our women, girl child, and we want to keep this going on. And next, please. Yeah, just this is a part of Hargila Learning Center. Every Friday we have Hargila education class, and please meet Dia. She is now 7 years old. Dia saved a bird by telling us that a Hargila baby fell down, and we saved it, rescued, and then released it in the wild after a few days. So then we made a comic on her name, and people love this. And this is this is the way we connect with local communities. And we also work with our local stakeholders like district administration, police department, and so we collaborate, and our people feel proud that all these stakeholders are working with us. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, you can keep moving. Yeah, like these are our rescue part. We rescue the Hargila baby birds. We put nets under the nesting trees, and so far we have released more than 400 baby birds in the wild. So then this is my 100-feet bamboo platform. I keep climbing and study the breeding behavior of the birds. And then on the other side, you can see this is our nest platform, first experimented nest platform. Through this, we have fledged, like we have successfully released 5 baby birds in the wild. Yeah, next, please. So yeah, so now the question, like what is the impact of our work of this people's movement in Assam? And so this is that not a single tree cut down. Our people have developed an ownership feeling, and not a single tree has been cut down. And most importantly, in the village, we had earlier 27 nests 15 years ago, and now we have more than 250 nests, and population increased by double. So now, like in this 15 years of journey, my definition of conservation is sense, and I think it is all about people. I want to tell this to all the students here watching us, everyone present here, basically the youngsters, that conservation is not a rocket science. It is all about people building ownership and nurturing our young minds. So we are developing a conservation action plan, and if anyone, because I can't reach out to you, I can't see if anyone want to contribute and want to be a part of our conservation action plan, please write to me. And I'm almost at the end, and these are the lessons learned. That one of the biggest lesson is that consistency is the key. People believe in actions, not in words. And yeah, culture and roots, we should always be connected, and the communities have the power to change the world, and rural women are the solution. And one of the biggest lesson that I learned from the entire journey is that community conservation is a never-ending process. Yes, community conservation is a never-ending process. This message I want to spread to everyone in this world. And if we want to save a species, our habitat, or any conservation action, climate actions, we have to collaborate with our local communities. So yeah, and I'm very thankful to everyone and Green Institute for having me here. Thank you so much for having me here, and I want to collaborate definitely near future and contribute. Yeah, always I am ready to volunteer. Thank you so much, everyone, and I'm very grateful to all my donors, collaborators, local communities, everyone, my mentors. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the technical difficulty. I feel very guilty actually. I can't help also.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ponima, for that very insightful presentation. And I mean, it's interesting to see how you're integrating tradition, culture, and advocacy, to save Agilia. For me personally, this is the first time I'm hearing about Agilia, and of course, I think I've learned something. And of course, I just wanted to ask one question. Beyond India, I see that of course your work is domiciled in India. Are you planning to expand, in the future, or are you currently expanding, into other domain? I mean, especially you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that, of course, Agilia is a species that is found in India, in Asia generally. So
Cambodia,
I wanted to,
yeah. Cambodia.
Yes. I wanted to know if you are planning to expand beyond India.
Yeah. So actually, I joined because I joined before my presentation. So I think I missed your name. May I know your name, please? Sorry for asking.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Abraham.
Yeah.
Adino.
So thank you, Abraham, for your beautiful question. Yes, I am ready to expand. So we are trying for the opportunity. We want to expand. Like for example, people ask, many NGOs contacts us, university institutions, students, basically institution, universities want us to educate our model, like community conservation model, to be there, so that it can be replicated. So this kind of questions, this kind of comments really makes us very happy. But yeah, I really want to expand this, and then at the same time I want to, as you asked the direct, I'm coming to the direct question. So I want to expand to Cambodia. So I think maybe we can do some kind of model, and not only Cambodia, because earlier Hargila had a distribution in the Southeast Asia, in many countries, but now they are missing. But I want to develop a network, a Southeast Asian countries network, and work together. And there are other species of storks who other people are working there. So if we can collaborate and we can exchange ideas, so it would be very helpful. If somebody is watching us, they can contact us, and we are always ready to collaborate and expand our work. Thank you.
Hami, and I hope that you succeed. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other questions?
None from the audience.
Oh. Thank you everyone. Thank you for everyone for your beautiful comments. It makes me very happy. And of course, Hargila Bird. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Of course, someone is saying nice presentation from North India. It's very clear and pictorial information. So we are indeed very grateful to you for that insightful presentation. So quickly, We are going to move into the next presentation. Do we have the next presenter?
Thank you. Bye. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone out there. I hope you're well today. I'm Dr. Jason McSparron, here for the Green Institute, and we are here at the World Sustainability Conference 3.0. This is an annual conference, and this is our third one. You are probably here because you're engaged with sustainability issues, and you're probably concerned about the global climate crisis and related challenges, all the result of human activity in the Anthropocene. This is an important annual online conference. It gathers together academics and professionals from both the public and private sectors, plus students from around the world, to actively discuss innovations and help propel the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Here today, there are many renowned speakers sharing their expertise about sustainability issues. Now, sustainability is one of those terms we hear often, but it's not always defined. So I just want to give you a little bit of insight into how we perceive sustainability at the Green Institute. So sustainability is a term that represents current global efforts to conserve natural resources, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and preserve the environmental integrity of the Earth and its natural systems so that we and future generations may enjoy a vibrant, healthy, and livable planet. So thanks again for joining the World Sustainability Conference 3.0. Enjoy yourself, ask questions, give comments, and engage with these issues. Hello again, Jason from the Green Institute. And I want to tell you about something really exciting. We are currently in the process of putting together our first issue of SustainE Journal. SustainE is an online open source journal that you can expect to see the first issue in the winter-fall of 2023. So this journal, our mission is to accelerate the impact of sustainability research across our global society by increasing the accessibility and openness of cutting-edge research and knowledge. Doing so, we believe, will encourage researchers and inspire the next generation of sustainability professionals. SustainE Journal focuses on providing open source access for research so that academics, professionals, and students from around the world may gain access to this information despite their financial institution. Our rationale is that the broader audience that we have for this journal, SustainE Journal, the more impact the innovations and ideas and policy prescriptions may actually be. We are hoping to impact the production and the action around achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. SustainE Journal upholds the standards of ethical research practices. The editorial team hopes to encourage collaboration among members of the forward-focused research community working to address issues where human economic, social, and political activities impact the Earth's natural systems and natural resources of provision and renewal. So please keep an eye on the Green Institute website. That is greeninstitute.ng. And we expect to see the first issue of SustainE Journal in winter fall of 2023. Thanks so much. Please enjoy the conference. I'm Jason McSparron for the Green Institute and Sustainee. Have a great day.
Yes, welcome back, everyone. And quickly, we move into the next presentation. We have here Victory Ashaka, a spoken word artist and oral poet from Lagos, Nigeria. Victory Ashaka is a multi-young, award-speaking spoken word artist, poetry slam champion, content creator, and a climate activist, a climate and SDG advocate from Lagos, Nigeria. He's also a youth ambassador. He's artistically inclined with a passion of oratory. His artistic and literary prowess has earned him awards, certifications, and autographs from prominent dignitaries. I welcome you to the podium, Victory Ashaka. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you see me? And can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello from wherever you are in the world. Victor Shaka is my name, and I'm a spoken word poet. I'm happy to be here today. And I've got a spoken word piece as a spoken word poet who is passionate about climate action for us to protect the environment and do the things that are eco-friendly for sustainability. I have a spoken word piece titled Heal the World. Ladies and gentlemen, listen. Dear human race, behold the terrain of history to know that our world has no neutral story. From life on Earth and the ecosystem on this planet, we are leaving our carbon footprint like a giant scar and ignoring the warnings, chaos, and instability so far. Every day we see data and statistics piling up high, yet we easily turn a blind eye despite being faced with the horror of climate change that the oppressed and poor mostly bear the brunt. This social impediment is right before our eyes because we refuse to realize that this fight isn't just to gratify nature, but serve creatures for the future. From droughts in Africa to wildfires in Australia, from volcanic eruption in Europe to flooding in Asia, from dry corridors in Central America to hurricane in Hawaii, Honolulu, Philippines, and the Pacific. None of this is ascribed to the white or black, rich or poor, small or great, but all of humankind. Dry corridors in Central America, hurricane in Hawaii, Philippines, and the Pacific. Global warming has swept through hectares of land, killed millions of people and billions of native animals, razed entire communities to the ground, taken the homes of numerous families, and left millions of people choked on hazardous smoky haze and greenhouse gas emission. Some species systems never recover from the adverse effects of extinction. The world is burning, and we as descendants of this era must rise to rescue our identities from human frailty. None of this is ascribed to either the white or black. The world is burning, and we as descendants of this era must rise to rescue our identities from human frailty. But climate crisis has swiftly become the world's biggest catastrophe with disastrous ripple effects. Life on Earth is ecologically regressive through burning coals that melt upon the surface of snow sheets and ice glaciers, polluting the Arctic air of a colorful summer, winter, and spring. Our lifeline of renewable energy is not rising fast enough. We must turn away from the energy of fossil fuel, the energy of death, destruction, casualty, towards clean, affordable, and renewable, the energy of life and sustainability. Ultimate justice is what the world requires, and time is the currency to purchase our desires. With sanitation comes sanity for a healthy living. To transition from being apart from nature to being a part of nature. It is not about saving our planet alone, but saving us. Love nature that the future may not disappear. The world has a deadline. Let's turn it to a lifeline. Dear human race, let's protect our biodiversity. Arise, all vibrant youth, let's speak the truth. Stop deforestation. Rainforests can't be cut forever, and anything we can't do forever is unsustainable. Let's embrace tree planting for good breathing, to transit from being apart from nature to being a part of nature. The intriguing thing about truth is, although it can be denied, but can never be avoided. Much attention is paid to ices with none to why the ice is melting and oceans are rising, creatures are dying, but humans must keep on living. Brains up to draw the line to fight without leaves on, together with no one behind for a sustainable world. Thank you so much. Okay, so can I take questions? I can see someone said, what inspired you to go into poetry? Yes, thank you so much. So over to the moderator.
So, Victor, the question is, what inspired you to go into poetry? Victor, are you there? Hello? All right, seems we lost Victory. Do probably due to network. Now we're gonna bring in one of our presenters, Mr. Benashid. So I'm gonna add you to the screen and can take it from there. So, Mr. Abraham, you'll be moderating the session.
Yes, I'm all ready. Okay, one moment.
And thank you very much to Victory for that very thought-provoking speech as well.
I will share.
So we have Mr. Khalid.
Yes, I'm here. I will share the.
You're welcome.
The screen.
Go ahead with your presentation.
One moment. Yes. Okay.
All right, so we'll just share your screen. You can just present, and also can you try to minimize the outside noise or the background noise, please. The presentation is on the screen right now. If you're ready to start, we'll
Yes.
control it from our end. We have the presentation, hon.
Okay.
Can you look up? We have the present. Okay, you have it on your hand. Okay. Just make it a full screen.
Yes, yes. Well, one moment. First of all, I'm very happy to give me the opportunity to participate and present my work in this conference. Donc, I am Ben Rashid Khalid. Donc, my presentation is titled Effects of Pinus alipensis Reforestation on Plant Biomass and Native Species in the Forest of Nisohan in the Zlul Valley in Morocco. I will begin first by introduction, then materials and method, and I will present the main results after discussion, and finally conclusion. As we know, the important role that plays the ecosystem forest. For example, we can cite the ecological roles like carbon sink, limits soil erosion and biodiversity, and its socio-economical roles like ecosystem services, forest products, and other services. Regarding according FAO, about 20,000 kilometers square of forest are destroyed each year. So about 1 billion trees planted each year are planted each year. However, the positive impact remain of this reforestation remain and depend of the plant cover and tree spaces reforested. In our region, Mediterranean region, since the 20th century, about a large area of reforestation are planted by Pinus alipensis, and this spaces is the main reforested resinous spaces in our country, and this because of its plasticity and yield and economic importance. The forest Brisuhan has undergone severe degradation due to the anthropogenic pressure. So this led the forestry and water services to reforest a large area by this Pinus alipensis. So this carried out of three waves. The first waves began since 1970s. It's about around 44 years old. And the second wave of reforestation about 20 years old. And the last one, the reforestation has occurred in this century, and the age of the reforestation is about 12 years old. So the objectives of our studies is to study the impact of the Pinus alipensis reforestation first on the above ground biomass, on the herbaceous strata, and the impact on the morphological leaves and internodes of 4 native species: Cystis criticus, Pistacia lentiscus, Filaria angustifolia, and Quercus ilex. So our study area is located in the northern Middle Atlas in Morocco. And the observation was carried out on the plant biomass of the herbaceous layer in reinforced plots of 20 years old and 24 years old and 44 years old, and compared with the native forest control. And the repetition, and we've repeated the observation for about 10 times. The dry matter has been determined after drying the constant weight in an oven at 60 degrees Celsius. And the above ground plant material on the ground has been cut using the semi-destructive method on randomly selected 2 square meter plots. The harvest of the plant's biomass has been carried out during May, which corresponds to the fall development of the herbaceous layer. And we've measured the internal length and the leaves dimension, length and width were measured at height of between 1 and 2 meters with 40 repetition. These measures were realized on plants randomly selected belonging to 4 native species: Quercus ilex, Pistacia lontiscus, Filaria angustifolia, and Cystis criticus. For the statistic treatment, we've used the compared the mean comparison, or the mean comparison were performed by the study test when normally and homozygosity was satisfied. And when this condition is not satisfied, we've used the non-parametric Mann-Whitney test. And the statistical treatment were carried out with the SPSS statistic 2022. The main results, as we see, for compared control and the young plantation, there is small differences between this plantation, but the difference increase for the old plantation. The last figure show the effect of Pinus alpensis reforestation on the internode length. As we see, the differences is more accentuated, especially for Filaria angustifolia. But likewise, for control and young plantation, there is no important differences. But for the old plantation, reforestation, the difference increase. The next slide. The effects of this reforestation on length leaves shows also that there is no differences between the control and the young plantation, but the differences and the length increase for the old plantation, but this increase is not more accentuated like compared with the leaves. The next one. As we see, the effects of Pinus alpensis reforestation is more accentuated compared if we compare control and the old plantation, especially for Quercus ilex. And there is for the ratio between leaves width and length, there is the leaves began more wider than long. As we see, this ratio is decreased with the age. So the leaves began more wider. The next one. The statistical treatment showed that only for the old reforestation we have a significant difference. But for the two reforestation, we have no difference, although the difference in the figures. The next one. As we see, this table showed that for the young plantation, there were no significant difference between control and reforestation plantation of Pinus elepensis, as we see in the first cells. But the difference is significant difference between control and the old plantation for the four species, except for the Pistacia lentiscis. As we see in the table, please return. As we see for the Pistacia lentiscis, for the middle reforestation R2, we have not a difference significant for the ratio between length and width. The next one. The photos showed the impacts of the canopy of reforestation plantation of Pinus elepensis on the native spaces, as we see the elongation of internodes of Filaria augustifolia for the photo number 5 and the photo number 6. Please return. And we see in the photo number 8 the elongation of the internodes of Cystis criticus. And the photo number 7, we see the impact of leaves that form a litter on the herbaceous layer. As we see, this litter form a physical barrier to germination, for example, and we can explain the changes in the dimension of internodes and leaf can be explained by the impact of the lack of light or competition for light. And as we know, the Pinus elepensis is characterized by a resistance of water stress, a great adaptation to different type of soil, and a rapid growth compared with the other species or native species. And as we found that a regression of the herbaceous layer can be explained by a competition for water and nutrients and lights. And we can add also the allelopathic effects that can be that result of secretion of terpenes and phenols that enable the formation, the germination and the development of the spaces and the layer strata. As conclusion, the impact of Pinus elepensis reforestation has a negative effect on above ground biomass, which is exacerbated by the age of planting. Second, the raising of Pinus elepensis trees will form a canopy above the indigenous species, leads to change in the dimension of internodes and leaves, especially for the old plantation. So we can recommend that it seems that the thinning of young plantation would necessarily regulate their density and mitigate the negative impacts of Pinus reforestation. And we can see that a gradual conversion of plantation for the oldest reforestation can be used and be benefits for the Bnisuhan ecosystem balance. And so any reforestation of mountain habits requires a detailed understanding of its impact on ecosystem balance. Consequently, it would be more fitting to prioritize native forest spaces over expansionist exotic spaces. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khalid, for your insightful presentations. Now we want to go into the questions. We have some questions for you. The first one is from Joan Armstrong. He's asking, what made you want to study the impact of reforestation? What made you want to study the impact of reforestation?
I don't listen more. What? Can you repeat, please?
Okay. So Joan is asking, what made you want to study, or what made you study the impact of reforestation? So he's asking for the motivation behind your study.
Because we have found in the past studies that Pinus alipensis reforestation has had an effect on biodiversity and had a negative effect on the fertility of soils, and the great area was abandoned by the pastors. So we have compared the impact of reforestation on the plant biomass and the impact on the leaves dimension and other internals.
Okay, thank you very much. The next question is, what roles can biomass play in this dispensation of global fund paucity?
I don't understand of the dispensation of global. What's it mean, paucity?
So it's basically So the question is, what role can biomass play in this dispensation of global fund paucity? So they want to know, the person who asked the question wants to know what is the role of biomass, especially in this age where there are limited global funds for biomass.
Because I think that the population lives since many centuries in the region on this biomass production. They have but how can I say? They have they lives on the like a pasture. So the reforestation, because the objective first was to restore the ecosystem degraded by the anthropogenic pressure, and the effect was opposite, because this plantation, as we know that the growth of the Pinus alipensis has a great growth. So they formed the canopy that don't let the normal growth of the other species for all native species. So many area was abandoned with this with population, and it has a negative impact, because Pinus alipensis is not a native species in the region. It exists in the other ecosystem in Morocco, but in the Zdul Valley, in the Beni Souhan forest, it can be considered as an exotic species.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. And the final question here is that from your study, we conclude that the Pinus alpinis has a negative effect on native species. So we want you to elaborate more on your recommendations.
As I said, that we can act by thinning and regulate the density. That means the density of the trees of Pinus alipensis compared with the other, and in order to let the other spaces to grow and to look for a balance between the exotic species and the native spaces, and we can use the trees, the old plantation, or for the old trees, for we can't explore this wood for population or for association or other, and to search or look for this balance between this exotic space and the other native spaces. Yes, is there any other question?
Yes, I think that will be all. Thank you very much, Mr. Khalid, for your answers and for the wonderful presentation. And congratulations.
Thank you for you. Thank you for your attention. Excuse my bad pronunciation because
it's okay.
I speak fluently in French, but in English I have I find more difficult to better speak.
It's okay.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
I think we were able to, of course, understand your study, and that was a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much.
Not at all. Thank you for you.
Yes. So to everyone, we have come to the end of the sessions. And of course, we have come to the end of this wonderful and insightful program. It's been a wonderful experience for all us, hearing different views, the multidisciplinary views, as regards the issues of sustainability. And of course, on behalf of the Green Institute, I want to say a very big thanks to all our keynote speakers, our presenters, and of course, our audience for your thought-provoking questions. We want to thank our keynote speakers for sharing, your experiences, for sharing with us insightful presentations, and our speakers as well for gracing, for letting us know about your work. And it's, of course, I believe that we have all been able to, take home, certain lessons. And of course, an event like this does not happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months ago, and it requires planning and a bed high for details. We have been fortunate to have been backed up by a team, a very good team at the Green Institute, for your dedicated work and for putting out this very, very, thought-provoking and very insightful conference. And we want to say congratulations. We want to say very well done for the good work you're doing. And of course, you can all, check out the recordings of this of the sessions. In case you miss any of the sessions and you're interested in any of the presentations, you can go back to the YouTube page to check for the recording of the of this program. And also you can also check our website, you can go to www.greeninstitute.ng, for more information about our upcoming conferences and events. So I want to say a big congratulations to everybody at the Green Institute, to all the presenters, to the keynote speakers, and to everyone. It's been really an insightful session. I want to thank you all for coming. Thank you so much for your time, and I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you very much.